We'll call the meeting to order at 10:02. Agenda. I saw him the last time. He had to step out just for 2 minutes. Hey, is there any agenda additions other than what Andrew's forwarded out?
There's what's been forwarded out, and then for minute approval, you guys should all have the April 28th special council minutes as well that were sent out. We should be able to give those approval. And 7.13, letter of support for the Egg Society.
1.1, okay, 7:13. Yes,
That's it from administration.
any other additions? Someone move the, Councilor Silver,
I'll move the agenda be approved with the additions.
all in favor? Carried. Okay, minute approval for the April 14th, 2021 meeting and the April 28th, 2021 special meeting. Was there any additions or? Councilor Nyberg? Okay. Any other questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Of 4 bylaws for public hearing at 1 o'clock. No delegations. So we will move on to new business. 7.1, request for decision, 2021 revised budget, page 6 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the budget that you saw at the Committee of the Whole. This budget reflects a 0% increase to residential, non-residential machinery and equipment, but does reflect a 2% increase to farmland, which will bring us $32,529 in additional funds that will be used to support agricultural services. I just wanted to make a couple comments about last year's budget and then this year's budget. Last year, a dire picture was predicted for the county's 2020 finances when the province undertook a review of how oil and gas properties were going to be assessed, and of course the worldwide pandemic. We also at that time were still going through the Trident Exploration bankruptcy, and we predicted a further $2 million losses in revenue to the County of Stettler. The County of Stettler is one of the first municipalities to forecast, prepare for, and anticipate not only the impacts of the pandemic, but a further downturn in the economy. While we predicted a $2 million shortfall due to unpaid oil and gas properties, it actually turned out to be 1.5. So we were able to save $500,000 there. County Council and administration made it the unprecedented move in 2020 to lobby extensively against the predicted assessment for oil and gas. And we went to the legislature, stood on the steps and protested. And we were heard. We were very lucky we were heard. And the province has paused any further changes and is hoping to do a total review. And they're quoting terms of 3 years. Sharon and I think it might be closer to 5, but it's a lot of work that needs to be done. But if the results of that review would have went the way that they had initially informed us, it would have been devastating to the County of Stettler. The revenue losses would have been out of this world. A further combination of tightening our belt, because I had never been through a pandemic before. We weren't sure what was going to happen. We deferred projects. We had a reduction in services, including chemical spraying. We reduced the number of times that we mowed the roadsides. We held off on hiring summer staffs. We reduced overtime for all our operational staff, and we held salaries. No cost of living, no increases. and it resulted in a $2.3 million surplus for the county. The surplus is a welcome result for our municipality following a year of stress and uncertainty. It demonstrates prudent planning and good decision-making by this council and administration. But we certainly don't want to see this giant surplus in a normal year or every year, because that would mean we're asking for more money than what we need to operate on. I believe that the 2020-21 budget is a more realistic budget. We have our summer staff back up. We're bringing projects on board. We're working through the system. The one thing that we did do is we took the basically the $2.3 million and we've placed it in reserves, and that will help us weather the storm in the coming years, which I think we could have cuts to MSI funding or just a downturn in the local economy. We were also very fortunate last year, which we had no idea we were going to get until, while we were, what did we have last year? Teen budget meetings. That we were going to get help from the federal and provincial governments. And the County of Stettler did receive $750,000 in stimulus funding from Alberta Transportation to replace 6 bridges with bridge-sized culverts. Alberta Transportation also completed the secondary highway improvement State 55, which Council has lobbied for 10 years. We received most grant funding of $568,000. That was to cover unpaid taxes and upgrade municipal facilities to COVID compliance. And we were also able to purchase a generator to further prepare for emergency management operations as we do emergency management for the entire area. The County of Stettler also received $661,000 in federal stimulus funding, which we will use to maintain and upgrade the Fenn Road in 2021. So with this $2.3 million unplanned for surplus, as I said before, we did allocate it to reserves, and we are hearing of a 25% reduction in MSI funding over the next 2 years. We'll see if that happens. They often predict it and it doesn't come to be, but sometimes they predict it and it's even worse than we originally expected. But I feel that we are able to put that surplus into reserves and that we can weather the storm. Municipalities continue to face many challenges ahead, and we will continue to prepare and plan for the worst and always hoping for the best. And our key concern is being able to maintain a responsible budget and provide for long-term viability of our municipality.
Thank you. And good job by staff and with that reserves, we were very concerned about MSI, so that will be a cushion for us in depending on what happens. Because Councilor Gender,
you had mentioned that on the granting, or like what they had changed when we went and did our up at the legislature. I would like to be able to kind of know, like, well, how many dollars or what type of dollars that you believe that we were able to save, being led by you and administration, what we were able to save compared to what it would have been, say, like if they'd have gone through.
Predicted between $3 and $4 million loss in revenue if they would have came in and cut oil and gas assessments the way they were talking about. The County of Stettler did still have to weather the $850,000 loss in the shallow gas tax initiative, which is projected within our assessments and tax revenue for this year. We were one of the 17 municipalities that basically carried the burden of the shallow gas tax initiative for the rest of the province. We didn't get hit the hardest, but I would say we were right in the middle. But we did waiver that. I thought it should have been split amongst all the municipalities in Alberta because everyone has benefited from oil and gas, but instead it was the 17 municipalities. So we should be getting thank you notes.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the 2021 revised budget with many thanks to our administration and finance staff.
any other questions, comments, or concerns? Go ahead, Mr. Needs.
I think our staff has done an excellent job in incorporating this budget for this year. And at this time, I just don't feel like the 2% increases for farmland is needed, seeing that we're still going through COVID. We still have the cause and effects of what's been going through in our And I know it's not that much money, but I just feel like the optics of it right now is not needed, and I know that we can still get through this year without the 2%.
Counselor Gender?
There was no 2% thing there, but if it goes straight back into agriculture, where it come from, I don't know. I take great pride in what you've done. That you're Mr. CEO, with your plan for a storm, and the storm wasn't quite as bad as what we thought it was going to be. And we got 2.3, but if they take 8 off next year, you can do the math. That leaves a small amount, 1.6 or 1.7 in there extra that we have in reserves. But then, we were running pretty lean and mean last year. So, with the added staff, going back to a normal staffing and maybe a normal greater beach, we will probably eat up most of that. But you did a good, you and your staff did a great job. Thank you.
The last county connections, I was very pleased with what the Reeve and what Nikki had put into their kind of explaining on what the county has been doing with their finances. So like I would like to very much request that the report that Yvette just bring it into the next county connections to give people an idea of, it's not just budgeting here, but it is also the hard work of the administration seeking out these grants where we can possibly bring in extra funds. I would greatly appreciate that be brought into their place.
None. A motion on the table from Counselor Nixon. All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Needs is opposed. Okay.
Jump straight to the tax rate bylaw. I think it's to do right after the 10.6 on page 83 of the agenda.
The tax rate bylaw for the first, second, and possibly third readings, page 83 of the package, as Andrew said. Counselor Silver. Questions, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Needs opposed. Counselor Gender. Questions, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Nope. James will have to take it to third. Take up Council Nyberg to take it to third reading. All in favor? Carried. Council Silver.
I will move third reading.
Questions, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Council Needs opposed. Yay. Back to 7.2, request for decision, reset organization meeting in October, page 29 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is pretty self-explanatory. Our returning officer has contacted me. She needs to be able to post when we will do the organizational meeting after the election. We have 2 weeks after the election. We recommended the first Monday after the election, so October 25th. Or you could change it, totally up to you.
Thank you. Councilor Gender.
I guess we'll go with the option center for the organizational meeting for October 25th.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, Seniors Week Declaration, page 30 of the package.
Nikki, did you want to take this one? Sure.
So the seniors, So the County of Stettler has received a request to join the town in their Seniors Week celebrations this year, June 7th to the 14th. And this year, of course, they had to be canceled last year because of COVID-19. So this year they planned a proclamation signing. It's going to be outdoors in front of Heartland Lodge for I believe the 7th of June. So we won't be mixing or mingling with the seniors yet again this year, but we do have several events planned in collaboration with the town. So they're working with the library to put together activity packages for the seniors in our long-term care homes. Those will be delivered one day. They will be delivering fruit and goodies to the care homes. Of course, contactless deliveries will be arranged, and that will be a second day that week. And then they are planning a parade on the Friday of the Seniors Week celebration, and they're asking all of our counselors to participate if they're available in the parade, which will tour around all of our facilities in Stettler. We did contact our rural seniors citizen centers. They have all been inactive completely and not planning to reactivate before or in any time soon. And they wished to not have anything occur right now. So what we're suggesting is a monetary donation to our rural seniors centers, so that when they're able, or if they need some funds for something they're planning, that they could put our funds towards them and contribute that way to their activities this year and recognize them. And that's all.
Staff recommendation.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, fire invoice page 31 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We got a request from Mr. and Mrs. Armstrong, if we could forgive or assist them with paying this invoice for a fire back in March. We did reach out to find out if they had insurance. I'm not sure if we got an answer back on that. But they're senior citizens finding it this amount difficult to pay.
Councilor Gender?
I stopped by and had a little chat with the elderly couple there last night. I guess like it is very much on what they had mentioned about it. They've also got some added costs, say, like for rewiring, rebuilding on parts of the barn, so like they are very strapped for the cash on it. I asked Sharon like what would be best on for them there, and like she had mentioned like she would like to do monthly installment payments on it. It could vary each month, but I just asked her whether over a 5-month period would be adequate for her and her husband. She said yes, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, Councilor Silver.
I was just gonna say, I would make the motion then to approve a installment repayment plan for them, interest free.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? All in favor?
Just so I'm clear, what are you suggesting?
I guess it could,
Yeah, we just need a maximum upset on how long to take to pay it back.
oh, I would say within 6 months then.
And we're gonna forgive all the interest on this. We're just gonna let them pay it over a period of time. Is that what I'm saying?
That's my suggestion.
Okay, no, that's just so that we're clear. I want administration to be able to make, there's no issue.
Councilor Grover?
Is it 6 months? Good.
We had agreed on 5 months. They said that they would be able to pay, they don't know how much each month, depends on how the bills, you can say like with the.
So 6 months, 6 months.
Yeah, but then that would be,
Would be great.
Okay.
Mr. Jenner, I would suggest that you didn't agree on something. You said there was a
He
suggestion.
didn't agree on it, he just listened to it.
Yes, good point.
Listened to the information.
Yeah.
He just spoke a little long. Sometimes you do that, James, everybody.
Hey, Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Request, for decision, award backup generator for shop.
Rick, would you like to speak to this? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just for you, but we're gonna rearrange it.
All right, this thing going? Okay. So, yeah, Vet asked us to, spec and tender a backup generator to be hooked up to the shop, for use when we have the emergency operations center set up, and obviously for other purposes, should we have power outages out there. You can see, what the bids were there. I did, notice an anomaly, I believe, in the numbers this morning, chatting with one of the bidders. We may have forgotten to reduce his bid by the tax amount, that was included in how this was put together. It still didn't impact the actual numbers at the end, just that their number was off a little bit. And that would have been for Stettler Electric, would have been in around, I think it was 72,000 range instead, with the tax taken off. So as it stands right now, Amco Electric had low qualified bid at 69,857.32. They provided a few options for us as well that we could consider, including an automatic transfer switch, the optional copper conductor upgrade, which I thought was a good idea. And there's one or two other things that I didn't think were overly necessary, but the copper conductor seemed like a good idea. The transfer switch, just for everybody's knowledge, for the remote possibility of getting an actual power outage out there we need to respond to. I'm not sure I want a generator just starting up in the middle of a weekend if there's a power outage all the time. So if we need to operate out of the facility, I would rather go down and actually flip the switch myself, just to make sure we know and we're managing the fuel and everything in it at the time, so that get a little bit more eyes on it. So that didn't seem like a value added thing to me right now. So, I'll make the motion that we go forward with, just an option on that. That switch also turns off as well when the power comes back on. I have friends that have installed them in their house, and, the value added was quite significant to them. He seems to work away quite often, so power goes out, it triggers, power comes back on, it triggers off again. So, my concern would be that we make sure that automated systems are good, but they can be faulty. But I like that sense of double redundancy, I guess.
We've had a few things that are kind of automated at the shop, and quite honestly, they've been a little bit more of a pain than they're worth in a lot of cases. And
fair enough. Your operations, that's fair enough for me. I'm good with it.
And it is set up such that we can add that later if we find that to be something we want to do, for sure. The other thing of note was I'm asking for a contingency of this as well. The one thing we discovered when we were looking at where we were going to put it, that it was roughed in when the building was built. I see conduits underneath where the switch goes. I can't see them on the as-built drawings from the building contractor. They should be underneath the wall at that point, but if there is an issue getting access, we may have to call an audible at that time, which might cost a little bit of extra dollars to get into the building. But we're expecting the conduits that we see to be in the ground to tie into. I just needed a bit of flexibility if that's not the case.
Councilor Stolberg? Yeah. Actually, I have a generator that is an automatic start, and I think it is an important feature to have. And you can also set them so that they start on a regular basis, just so that they keep them starting, so that they don't fail when you need them. And you can set that at any interval, like ours actually is set for once a week, but you can set it for 2 weeks or a month or whatever, so that they do start when they're not even needed, just so that when they are needed, they do work. And I think if it's like 30, 40 below on a weekend and the power goes out, I think it's important to have power through the weekend at the shop. So I would really strongly recommend having the automatic start on.
If
if you wish, they did give us a hard number on that, and it was a good competitive number as well. If you wanna postpone this for a decision later in the day, I can redo this if that's important to everybody, get the number in. It won't affect, obviously, the basis, because our basic spec, the low bidder, still the low bidder, but I can definitely make a change to this, bring it back with a new one, just be like.
Mr. Chairman, I think we'll go ahead, I made the motion, so I'd like to go ahead with this. You can bring back that switch. It's an add-on later on, and we can bring that on. Get this going.
Council needs, and then council next week.
Well, I was just gonna basically say what James last was saying, that, you got -40 below in your, you got water lines in there. I think you want an automatic switch coming on. So you don't have any frozen water lines or different things like that. I know I've been in homes that have the automatic generator, and, it's really nice to have that, so.
The feeling we had was, you know, if something's going on, we're there anyways. I mean, if we get that big of an issue, we have on-call guys and whatnot, but once again, we are dealing with some grant funding on this as well, so, I got no problem with adding it. It's just one of those things in my mind that I'm just kind of manual that way. I like to control things, go figure.
Council Nixon and then Council Grover.
Just, Mr. Chairman, it seemed to recall when we were touring the building, as it was being built, that they showed us the conduit lines that were for future electrical use outside the building, so I think they're there.
I agree. I remember that as well.
When there was some that ran across the parking lot, these particular ones, the generator's going right outside of the building on the west side, right next to where the transfer switch will be. And there's two large conduits into the ground there, but they weren't on the as-bills, and there's not a stake outside to tell me they're there, so I'm expecting them to be there.
Hopefully.
Council Grover.
I agree, and this automated systems that we're in now, chicken barn, pig barns, all of them, they all have those automatic startups on. Why we would go to just throwing the switch, I have no idea why we do that. And it does get cold here in the wintertime. You can't always, maybe if we have a mean storm, you can't get to the shop. These days we fire up and run, and they have it on a maintenance thing where it starts and runs every so often is a great idea. Thank you.
And that particular feature was already there for it to make.
But there's no sense, if you want to go down and check and make sure that it's running, you can do that, but it probably will be running. Thank you.
Council Spaulding and then Council Kennedy.
And then another good feature of the automatic start is it automatic shuts off. Whereas if you manually send someone on the weekend to turn it on, even if they stay there, they don't know when the power's on, because the power's on inside, without phoning the neighborhood around and, keep phoning to see when it comes back on. But the generator knows when it comes back on and shuts it off automatically, so it wonon't be running unnecessarily that time.
Council Gender and then Council Grover.
With this, okay, with the 10% contingency, this would be a small portion of it. Could we just go ahead with Councilor Nyberg's suggestion, then leave that 1880 and classify that under the 10%?
That's not 1880 is for copper.
And I'm in favor of going forward.
So if, honestly, if you're interested in the automatic switch, if I recall, it fits within the 10%. Should we get in there, fine, we can use the 10% with the vet's knowledge. At that point, you just go ahead with the automatic switch as well. But I can get you the official number on it and bring it back separately. I mean, it's gonna take time, approximately 6 weeks to order this thing. We gotta leave a deposit with him. He gets all the stuff coming in. We'll have another meeting by then. I can bring it back at that point if you'd like.
Council Grover.
We've had a pandemic, so the ones that all are involved by the pandemic, they put part of the money into this generator?
No, this is a county settler purchase, but we're doing it because it is now the allocated EOC for the area.
That's what I'm saying, though, but it covers the whole area, right?
It does.
And just, to follow up as well, this thing is sized to run the whole shop, all the block heaters and whatnot, based on our power consumption we've been doing, plus a safety factor. The intention, if and when there is a admin building attached to the side of this thing, that we'd either run a smaller one for that, or we'd rejig things so this would be able to run basic operations in the admin building as well. But it's a pretty beefy unit, so it'll definitely run everything that we've been doing in the shop so far and then some. So in an emergency, we're probably not doing that much of the welding and things like that in there necessarily at any given time when they're drawing power. So it'll probably run the whole facility in the future as well. But we do have the other generator here that plugs into this building that when that comes, we can do something smaller and similar out there for a secondary thing for a different use in the admin building, right?
I have a question to Rick. Rick, is this diesel or natural gas? You talked about fuel, but most of the ones that probably the people here are talking about run off natural gas. You don't have to worry about stable fuel with natural gas. I don't know if anybody priced them out because there is certainly engines that will drive them, but it is good, clean fuel. Really, our shortages of natural gas, I could sit and talk about our gas co-op where I belong to. We've never been out of gas, knock on wood, I guess, but that's 36 years. We've never not had natural gas. So it's just something that it is in an emergency. You're not having to worry about diesel fuel. So I don't know if that was an option or not.
We discussed that at our site meetings with the contractors and, barring an opportunity for a separate natural gas tank, independent, I don't want to have something tied to outside utilities in the event of emergency. I'd rather have it completely self-contained, so it runs on its own without a connection to outside facilities. So, yeah, it was discussed, but, we got I think what it is, a 36-hour fuel tank on the thing, and all we have to do is manage the fuel a couple of times a year in it to make sure it's turned over and fresh. So once again, forcing a bit of oversight on the machine to make sure things are good, I think is a valuable thing. So.
Councilmember?
Just to that, I agree with you about the natural gas, but also Texas proved that it doesn't always work as well as it should. So.
Yeah, Texas proved a lot of things, but they weren't ready for winter either.
Not true that.
I just know that I'm putting two in and they're both natural gas for the reason of the state of the road.
I think last year's is natural gas.
Natural gas all the way, in my opinion.
But I see there's valid points on both sides of that argument.
Okay, so any other questions, concerns? We have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Seven point six, request for decision, award power, gate, and automation. Page 39.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll have Rick speak to this one also.
Okay, so included in the 2021 budget was some dollars allocated to automating the rear gate at the public works facility out there. Currently it's manual. Basically unlock it and push it open every day, which, it works really well all the time because it always opens. What we have noticed is that the new gate on the front of the shop that went in with the building installation was quite a bit different than the ones we used to have a lot of grief with in this yard. Higher level of power in it and whatnot, so it just pushes through every little bit of ice buildup on it, always opens up. So for overall convenience and security in the yard, knowing that the gate's going to close on its own and things like that, and maintain the access so we don't have to leave the gate wide open and have people driving into the yard like we do all the time now. We'd like to get it secured. So basically we've got the quotes here that are all fairly clear. We also, within this project, because we have to run power from a central point in the middle of the yard all the way out to the gate, we wanted to take the opportunity to use some of our other budget areas for development in the yard, including this as well, to get the power run out and also provide provisions for more plugins for some of the maintenance vehicles down that side of the fence and a panel and whatnot to run other things in a yard light. So this is the electrical version of what we have here. And we should also have a separate one, I believe we did, maybe not.
Well, it's one RFD for both.
There you go. Oh yeah, I remember that discussion now. Having trouble with my eyes today. So yeah, and Q&Q fencing gave us the best bid for physically putting the chain drive and everything in to actually move the gate. And then the second part of this would be the low bid on the electrical to provide the power to it, provide a yard light at that point. And then we're going to use some of the other budget areas that we have to add some plugins for overall operations and split things down a little bit. Messy as that sounds, that's the general gist of it. Are there any questions?
Well, we just went through a budget where we cut, and now I really find it hard that the guy can get out of a truck, open the gate, and away we go.
Well, they do, and this has been cut out of the budget for 3 years straight, so.
Okay.
Councilor Nixon, I'll make the motion that we go move forward with this.
Other questions, concerns?
Option, which one?
Alpha Electric and Q&Q fencing.
The option one or two.
Option 1 includes putting power receptacles along the gate for equipment to plug in, and option 2 does not. For,
Well, option 1, right?
yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Yep.
Which,
Well, there anyway.
We had other budget areas for that within the building maintenance and whatnot, so.
Okay, any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Grover and Clark are opposed. 7.7, request for decision, approve revised gravel specs, page 41 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Rick speak to this also.
Okay, good conversation, thanks. Okay, so past conversations, we've had regarding gravel quality, how we do things, and with the recent pile that we put up, following this type of a specification that I'm suggesting here down at the Bridges pit, to show you that we can make really good quality gravel out of things, even with a pit that we walked away from years ago due to the quality of gravel coming out of it. I think it's time, because I have to tender more gravel this year, production, to have a look and agree on some specifications for how that's gonna look. So I don't want to call it a mistake, but in the past, what was advised, I guess, to council at the time was that we modify our 420 gravel spec to clean up the bottom end of it. And my contention on that is, well-meaning as it was, it didn't cover the entire concept of what's trying to be achieved. In the environment where we eliminate all of our fines sort of at the end of production to make it meet the specification, which is the normal way of doing this. We're eliminating both crush fines and natural fines at the same time. So part of this particular specification involves splitting down the raw gravel at the 5,000 sieve before we go to crushing, so that all the natural fines are pulled out ahead of time. And then the only fines we have in the mix, plus or minus a few percent of stuff that's going to stick to rocks and just get through screens here and there, which will be a lot better, will give us probably a 95% or better crushed fines in the mix when we're done. And those crushed fines act like larger rocks that knit together over time, where the natural fines tend to be silty and sandy particles that are round that squish around, and that's what you see on the road an awful lot of when we get all those slimy conditions. It's stuff being brought up either out of the gravel, that's natural fines, or the guys are going into the grade a little bit too much, trying to pull something in the mix with, and we're getting too much clay and stuff in the mix. So on the general specifications, the wording of the, how did I put that in there? We're adding the wording in the gravel specification for the 3/4 and the proposed 1-inch class size of rock. That requires a contractor to split at 5,000, eliminate all the naturals, and then crush. So we don't have all that stuff that's eliminating with crush fines later that's getting us into the messes all the time. So that'll clean up in my mind, should clean up the gravel itself. Might cost us a little bit more up front, but I think down the road, we're going to find that as the gravel crust builds up, we're going to need potentially less gravel on the roads, because it's going to stay there better, it's going to knit in better, and it's going to perform better. And by bringing us back up to the, the 12% on the 80 sieve, which that's where we cleaned this up before, we're allowing some bedding material that is rock fines on the top of the road, rather than having those guys trying to find fines to mix and bed the rocks in from below in the subgrade, cleaning our caps off the roads. If that makes any sense at all. And I'm also proposing a 1-inch spec that I like to go to as the go-to road gravel that we have. We've been playing with the 1.5 inch. Doing really good at rebuilding some of the surfaces here, which is great for stabilization. We do get a few concerns over the rock size out there, but it's definitely performing better than the 3/4 inch when we're trying to rebuild the crust. So I think maybe the 1 inch in between those things will be a good standard spec, and the only reason to go down to 3/4 is if the rock size in the pit doesn't support the 1 inch top size, then we'd have to crush down to 3/4 inch to make it. We used to have to do that a lot in special areas years ago, where a lot of their pits, we'd have to crush down to 3/4 because you just couldn't get the 1 inch out of it. Did you have anything there, Dave, before I carry on?
Yeah, I do. When you keep going, I want to talk to you though when you get down here.
All right, so we're maintaining the recommended fracture by weight. As you'll notice on your minimum 40%. We do tend to get, sort of in that 60 to 72% normally in our actual above 5,000 fractures, which is good, which means each rock or 40% minimum of the rocks have at least 2 faces that show fracture on them when you pull a representative sample out and count it. So we generally don't have trouble getting the face counts. What we're getting is a lot of, I guess what I'd submit to be the wrong finds in the mix, which is, I think, what's causing us a lot of the grief on our roads when we have grief. I'm also suggesting that we leave the DES 4 class 40, which is our 1.5 inch stabilization, unaltered, mainly because if we're using it as a stabilization product, we're working it into the subgrade a little bit more. So we get a pretty good cost-effective crush out of that these days. And if we try and clean that up or alter it too much, it's just going to get expensive. Where the way we're using it right now, we're trying to incorporate it into the top of the road anyhow. So I don't think there's a lot of value in paying a lot more just to crush that stuff differently. That's the long and short of it. Questions?
I think the biggest problem that we've had, Rick, is not, this all looks good on paper, but we've had some crush before here and it doesn't meet the 420 spec. It's nowhere close to actually what it is. It's nothing to do with, crushing shade rock, doing this here, doing that. We just got too much junk in there and we know that. If we keep on top of this, it looks good to me. I don't know about the 1 inch crush, but if we do it and it doesn't work, then we'll go back to 3/4, I guess. So, yeah. But I think the biggest thing is when we get a crusher, somebody has to stay on top of what is crushed before we have to deal with it as a great big pile.
And in our recent contracts that we've been producing with the spec the way it was and the way I cleaned it up down at Bridges, there are requirements for the contractor to do a certain amount of testing. I can add testing if I want to as well. We've noticed some anomalies in some of the piles as well. And that's, one of those conversations about what's in spec and what isn't. I mean, there's always lots of theory in the industry regarding a pile average, which is generally accepted, but we still do find layers of garbage in piles that have to be mixed while you're pulling stuff out of the piles, because they'll get into certain corners of a pit where it changes on them and they can't adapt fast enough. So by the time they alter their screens and what they're doing, then they go coarse for a little while to make up the difference. So very often you can see some variations in the pile, but a lot of that is going to be how you load it out of the pile and put it into the trucks and manage the pile. There's always going to be a few anomalies. Hopefully it's not much more than 500 or 1,000 with the testing frequency that we have to make sure that they can adjust backwards the other way to get it where it needs to be.
Yeah, 100 years plus supply of gravel now, so that I would like to see it, if as long as we crush it properly, even Bridges pit. The old timers couldn't believe that type of stuff come out of that Bridges pit, but it did.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, we're testing down there right now, a couple of quarters that the county owns, and we found a lot of gravel down there, so.
Yeah. And this time we took the track down there, didn't we?
No, backhoe. It's shallow enough you can reach it with the backhoe.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Gender and Councillor Meats and then Councillor Nixon.
I find this is long overdue. It is also one that I find that you're saying that could be a little more costly to get better quality. But the cost of that versus the trucking onto the road, I would definitely put it towards quality instead of quantity.
And to back that up a little bit as well, with a lot of those natural fines that absorb a lot of water, you're paying for a lot of tonnage that's just moisture if you have too much of the wrong stuff in there. So, you know, wet gravel is not great either, right? And if you're paying by the ton to put it on the road, you're paying for a lot of water in a lot of cases, so.
Counselor Meats?
Just a question, do you think you'll be using the inch more now than the inch and a half, or do you think it's?
Well, this year, we're gonna carry on with the inch and a half plan to try and, or actually for the next little while, to get these crusts rebuilt back on the road. And then we'll start working the 3/4 back or the one back on top. I do have to use up the 3/4 that we have in a few locations. And where we're gonna crush this year, it'll be in the north and down at Bridges is where I wanna crush. A lot of that material, instead of going to the Handhills, is gonna go east out to ASD area, buy more NDA, and then do that local area. And when we recrush in the middle, being that Stormont area, we'll go to something like this as well. But I got some material to use up, get the pits rejigged, and get ready for the next part of their life.
Thank you, Counselor Nixon.
I'd like to move that the County of Stettler number 6 approve the recommended gravel specifications as presented.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Niver, or Counselor Agenda, that what you're into. Sorry, Counselor Niver. Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. 7.8, request for decision, 4-H beef intermediate excellent award, page 45.
Mr. Chairman, Nikki, would you like to speak to this?
Every year, we have been supporting the Intermediate Excellence Award for the 4-HB, or District 4-HB. And this year is no different, although they thought for a while they weren't going to be able to carry on and go ahead with this. They decided at the last minute that they needed to recognize these kids who have continued to raise their cattle and put in the work despite not being able to meet due to COVID pandemic restrictions. So they're requesting our support again this year to interview the nominees for the 4-H district beef and to choose a winner. And we won't be able to attend an event with them, but we will provide some prizes for all the kids that were nominated, if you approve.
Counselor Stolberg?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that
The county once again sponsored the Intermediate Excellence Award through, I guess, through the Zoom option for interviewing the kids. And I just heard they just changed it yesterday, breaking news that the 4-H show is going to be allowed to go through the normal show. Yeah. It's
You heard it here, folks.
So you might be able to go, who's hosting list, have you heard, or?
I'm not sure which club's hosting this year, but I think it might still be at the Auction Mart and everything, but I guess the province decided 4-H wasn't recreational. And that's why it wasn't allowed.
Or it was
It'll be agricultural.
So if they are holding an event, then whoever the area counselor is for the committee that's hosting this year will be informed so that they can perhaps go and make a presentation if it's allowed.
Yeah, no, that sounds good to me.
Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. 7.9, request for decision, administration office wheelchair accessibility, additions, page 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start and Andrew can come in behind me because he's done more on this than I have. This was just something that was identified when we were trying to bring the office up to some COVID standards and not touching anything. I don't know if you've ever watched someone try to get through our front doors in a wheelchair, or crutches. It's almost impossible. The doors are very old. They leak. We have a problem with spiders, mice, all sorts of good stuff. So we did get a quote to replace them. And so this would make them so that people in wheelchairs or crutches could just hit a button and get in. Andrew, do you want to?
Yeah, so we've got 3 options here. One from Heartland Glass and 2 from Sierra Glass. So Sierra Glass worked quite extensively with Lorraine and the building inspector to make sure that what we were proposing would be code. It was the building inspector's advice that in the front doors, of course, where the button will be is one of those pillars. And that's too far from the second set of doors for that button to count and work. So you would need either a second button in the vestibule, which is really, would be tough to navigate in a wheelchair, to go in and then off to the side, hit it, back out of the way, like, it would be almost worse than what we've got now. So the two options that CR Glass proposed was one where you only have one set of doors and that button up front works for that one. And then you don't have a second set of doors. Of course, the disadvantage to that is wintertime and airflow. Every time the doors open, they all open and you got a plastic hole there. So the second option they gave was to replace the second set of doors with a sensor operated one. So as soon as you just walk up, it opens up. Heartland Glass had provided the quote without electrical, whereas CR Glass did include electrical in their quote. And they had proposed just two sets of doors with two sets of openers and two sets of buttons. So I'm not sure that it was clear whether they had considered the advice from the building inspector or not.
Councilor Lever?
Chairman, and I know this may seem a little bit off the wall, but have we checked with anybody that's in a wheelchair? And I hate to say it, but government, sometimes we do things without actually checking with people that are going to use it. And I'm not saying that this is wrong. I'm just kind of maybe that second chance to say, the building inspector, I assume, and I am assuming, was not in a wheelchair. He is taking it out of a book. I'm just wondering if we can better serve our customers, i.e. our ratepayers, by saying, hey, does this look like something that works for you? Just because I think that it is they're in the know. They live it day in and day out, and a quick conversation with them and they would tell you that what works and what doesn't work. Is just my thoughts. And I don't think that it has to be done necessarily, but I think it sure would be a good point to start at anyways. But I'm in favor of that we go with the automatic door openers in the second set and with push button on the first set. So,
Option three?
Option three, yeah. I think it'll save us money in the long run by not having furnace run day in and day out.
Yeah, just a further comment, yeah, I support that motion, but I think it's good for people other than people in wheelchairs. I mean, people with crutches, like Yvette mentioned. Voice of experience there.
I don't know why this is going forward.
Also people with their hands full. Like if you've got a big box in your hand, you can kick the button with your knee or your elbow or whatever and open the doors rather than set it down or whatever. So I think it has lots of uses for sure.
When you're bringing all that money in to pay your taxes.
That's true, yeah. All the stacks of pennies, yeah.
Yard, you got buried, get dirt up.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
That's okay.
Okay, Councilor Nixon.
I'm patient.
I just want to say, be careful what you wish for. And I'm going to tell a little story about quite a few years ago when the county moved from their former location downtown to this location here, because you had to go up a set of steps. And I was on the recreation board representing Denell at that time, and Doug Johnson was representing Indiana. And the first day we changed from that meeting place to this meeting place, he looked up here and he says, "You guys are going to rue the day that you brought this in on ground floor," because he says, "Now my mother can get in here." and Les and David certainly.
I know that.
She was a forceful person, yeah.
Firecracker.
Right, we can either table the motion and we can get some advice from someone.
I'm not in favor of tabling the motion. I'm just saying if someone has somebody that they know, just check with them and see what they have to say. I think more on a personal basis than anything. They would know better than what we would. But go forward with the motion.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilor Rowe?
Douglas, you do that in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. That's who I was, or
My neighbor?
Donnie Rasmussen, either one of them would be the guys that, and both very very common sense individual.
Okay, no other questions? Motion on the table, all in favor? Carried. Okay, request for decision, aerial photos, 710 additions package 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rich, are you here? Yeah, there you are. I'll let Rich speak to us. He did a bunch of work on this.
Thank you, Chairman. So the County of Stettler submitted a request for quotes to vendors to update our aerial photos. They're a very important part of what we do. Just about every department here in the county uses them. So we received 5 quotes back. They're all listed on here. They range from $56,000 up to $131,500. We had budgeted $90,000 in the 2021 budget to replace the aerials. We listed some minor and major discrepancies from deviations from what we had requested as far as standards for the aerial photos. So we've listed those there. So submit all the information and look for some direction as to which company to award the contract to.
How much did you budget? Sorry, Mr.
$90,000.
9 or 9?
9.
Oh, sorry.
I heard 9 and 1. We're way out of budget. Sorry.
Yeah, we wouldn't have brought it to you if we budgeted 9.
No inflation.
Yes, I could just add, so between the minor and the major deviations that we've located, major is something we would probably recommend against because it decreases our certainty that they would be fit for use. Whereas a minor is something we can live with.
Okay, Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, so, I'm not sure what the delivery date is the date that they're going to give us this.
Yeah.
So does December 21st make a big difference to you guys? Like what are we looking at as a turnaround time?
Well, flight times, we had specified that in our request that we wanted the aerials flown from June through August, early August. That's the time period we'd like to capture them. Gives you a good overview of, the topography of the land. So, a sooner turnaround date, of course, the earlier we get them, the better it is for us. But at the same time, you don't want to sacrifice quality for speed. So, delivery date, it would be nice to have them sooner. But again, that could be something that you use as a criteria.
Well, and that's what I'm asking here, because December 21st and October 31st are two, it looks to me like these are the 2 front runners, am I not?
KBM would be the low price with only a minor deviation at 67.
But a third file, 1/3 missing 1/3 of the file.
So sorry, I should explain
That seems like pretty major to me.
No, so one of the 3, so we asked for 3 file formats, 3 copies, and they can only produce 2 of the 3. That doesn't affect the usability for us. The one that's missing is a more expensive one to develop. But it's just a different file type, basically.
I thought they were like a third of the county was missing.
No, I need to, so the other major, so I'll go through each of the deviations. The major from Geodesy Group, they use a very different form of capturing the GPS. It's more akin to what the smaller drones are doing. So it doesn't actually have ground control points. So the actual georeferencing at the end of the day ends up being a little bit more manipulated. Is kind of the word I would use, and matched to GIS files that are already on the ground. And that's kind of the opposite of what we want to do. We want to take the aerials and make GIS files from them, not make aerials from GIS files. And then the minor on Terran, we said that we would have full ownership of them. They would give us an unrestricted license to them, but would want to retain them for resale. So not a problem to us. I honestly just thought it would make their price better.
So the KBM would be the front runner then?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah. And you think you can work with it? It's something that.
So I wasn't able to verify. They have one community that they are local government that they've done work for. I did reach out to them. I never heard back from them. They unfortunately didn't have a web map interface that I could access to look at the quality of their aerial photos. But I did do a bit of research on the company. Looks like they've been in business, done a ton of work in this field. Terran, that's who we bought our last aerial photos for. We had good service from them. The aerials were good. We had a bit of a, we had to send them back and get them to rectify them again, just because they seemed to be a bit off, and they did do the work we requested of them. So, price that's quite a difference in price. So, as far as a recommendation, I didn't see anything in the KBM in the investigation that I did that would tell me not to deal with them.
And they're current photos, right? Because August 30th seems like a pretty quick turnaround, does it not?
They're eager. If they start, because they start flying in June, takes a bit to make sure that you can get cloud-free days, but, and then, if they put their minds to it, absolutely. Terran's a bigger group, it's probably got more clients, so that might, justify their slower delivery time.
Councilor Grover?
I sort of would go with the people that we had before, if they done a real good job. I don't know if you can do that when the bids are that far apart, but sometimes the lowest bid is not always the best bid. I'll say.
The one saving grace we have on that is the way we put the quote out and the conditions we put in there is we don't pay if we're not happy with the product.
That's what I wanted to agree to say.
What we would be up against though is that we would be another year because by that time it's the fall of the year.
By that time the window passes and they're done.
You're into next year to get them flown.
Should have a motion to knock it. Councilor Needs.
Well, I have a question though, before I would make a motion, because, you kind of answered my question with Dave, but seeing that the KBM was from Ontario, if we have any issues, is it gonna cost us a lot more if we have issues because of the distance, whereas Terran is in Alberta, so, that's why I asked yesterday if you could post where these bids were coming from, because I just am more concerned once you leave the province, if there's gonna be some hidden costs if we find some issues outside the province, so.
They do have an office in Saskatchewan, I believe. So they have done some work in Western Canada. I feel like they're probably branching out. But, there is always the benefit of dealing with, Terran is located out of Airdrie. Their home base is here in Alberta. So
It is important to note though, it is a fixed quote tender, right? So we're not saying this is what we expect it to cost. We're saying this is the agreement we're making. So it should be their risk, not our risk.
Councilmember?
I like buying local, but KBM is 20 grand cheaper, and that's where I'll make my motion that we go ahead with the KBM resources for the amount of 67,225.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover, opposed?
I was in favor.
Councilor Grover, opposed. 7.11, request for decision, peace officer policy enforcement on primary highways, additions, page 6.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, so this is just the policy that came forward at committee of the whole, as it had been pushed to committee of the whole last year. There was a motion to take it there. So this would allow our peace officers to enforce on primary highways. Our policy restricts that enforcement to matters of public safety only. So if there is a danger, an obstruction, somebody who's driving 50 is worthy of a ticket, but somebody who's driving 50 over is worthy of a ticket and stop for the public safety aspect. Well, we're not out gonna be camping 12 and 56 for, $10 or 10 clicks over kind of thing. So.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman. Councilor Nixon. Questions, concerns? Councilor.
Just my concern again with this is that this is a simple downloading of the government of Alberta. They have, I know the issue we were talking about, cow control down, Mr. Clark had but they're abdicating their duty to us in a lot of ways. What we need to realize is these guys are, the RCMP are paid to do a job for us. I just don't want them to walk away and not have to do any of this. And are they just gonna say now when cow control, let the county deal with it, right? If there's a deer hit or something, let the county deal with it. Sometimes we allow them to download to us, and I'm not in favor of it.
Councilor Bender?
I'm not really sure where this was really, where and how, but the last time that we met with the K division up in Edmonton, it was a point that I brought forth to them, especially on the part of, say, like speeding down the highway, that why do we not have the authority to be able to ticket someone? There's a point that I made is say, like, if we have an officer and he sees someone speeding, he can't ticket it. And at night, or if something ever happened because of that person speeding, would our officers have to live with it? So I don't know where it really initiated from, but it was a point that I specifically brought up at the K division. It was my concern that we should be able to assist in where they feel that they can assist the public by all means.
Councilmember?
And typically on our gravel roads and our back roads, we're dealing with our ratepayers. When we get onto the double-digit highways, we're dealing with individuals that may or may not be from our community. Those individuals, they come with a different set of playbooks. Typically, the RCMP used to have 2 officers in every car for officer protection. I don't know. I'm not as, Highway 12 and Highway 56 and 53, these are all highways that are major highways that are bringing individuals that could possibly be more nefarious than your local farmer driving down the road with a tailgate open and his barbed wire and fence posts hanging out.
I want to talk now.
Why was I looking at you, Mr. Grover?
Mr. Chairman, this is a safety issue. This is just for somebody who they notice is driving unsafe. And the fine revenues go to the county of Stettler if there are any. So I think it just, if they're driving down the highway to get to a gravel road or a secondary highway and they see somebody zipping by unsafely, what do? I mean, they can make a citizen's arrest. We could make a
They
citizen's
could
arrest.
put on their lights too and slow somebody down.
Well, true, but they probably will, but it just, in my mind, it's just a safety issue, which is a good thing.
Councilor Grover?
I'm not in favor of it.
Where one reason is, yeah, a little bit different clientele goes up and down the main roads. Our
I
guys,
drive down there, you drive down there, James, everybody drives.
Oh,
down
and I'm
there.
a bad guy. You guys know that.
at the end of the day, RCMP stuff, they do have a 6-shooter and a shotgun with them. Our guys have nothing. Well, there'd be a bad part of, yeah, somebody gets away with speeding, but there's also the other part of, well, maybe we're making our officers in and out of danger with the clientele that might be stopping. Thank you.
Councilor Denny, Jeff, you didn't have yours up, okay.
What makes a difference if they can stop them going through Erskine or Nevis at 90 kilometers an hour versus still on the highway? They could be the same type of people driving any of those vehicles. I just want to be able to have let the officers at that time may have an option to be able to say whether they do want to or not.
Councilor Stolberg?
I don't think the intention of this is for a regular patrol of the primary highways. I think it's just on those one-off times when there's something really serious that they notice, and they're able to deal with it then. And they're not even obligated. If they feel they are in danger, if that person looks dangerous, they can forward that call to the RCMP and tell exactly where they are. I mean, they're not obligated to put their safety at risk, but in cases where, isolated cases, I think, where they're needed, then they have that ability.
Just triggered my memory there too. We did switch over from the provincial dispatch, which was not meeting our needs, to Yellowhead. And our initial reports have been great. And so with just on the or the officer safety piece, we are finding that when we pull over a vehicle now with the new dispatch, basically by the time the traffic stop, he's even stopped the car, he's got details back from dispatch confirming the vehicle matches the make and model, color, and letting them know if the driver, if it's, stolen vehicle, if the driver has anything suspended. So they could abandon a traffic stop, or wait for RCMP to back up as a result. And that's anywhere now. That's our gravel roads too. So that's just an awesome extra safety feature we've got. The provincial dispatch did not provide that as a service.
Council member?
So, do we have a policy for, like, what happens if somebody did take off? Or do we have a policy in place for high-speed chases?
We do. I don't have it memorized.
Okay, no, that's,
Yeah.
it was not something that I remember putting in place, so I don't remember it that well. And the other one is, if a previous or a next council wanted to change this, is this just as easy as changed what we did? It's not like, do we have to go to the minister and have it changed back?
No, not with this one. Originally, they were gonna have it that way, where you required an authorization, but then they changed it and said, no, you just need a policy, and you can set that policy as you wish.
Fair enough, thank you.
Councilor Needs?
I'm concerned about our peace officer safety all the time, because, like you said, they can, hit some shady people on those gravel roads, and I've seen it, and so, I'm agreeable with this policy, and, I think it'll be fine, but I think we still need to look in the future about the safety of our peace officers and what they need to have on them to keep their own safety.
Okay, and just my comment is I do live on one of those highways, and there's one with two other counselors. And I don't think it hurts if somebody's driving, my family's on those roads all the time, if somebody's driving that much over, if they can be pulled over, if the officer feels it's safe, so I'd appreciate that. So, any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Grover opposed? Carried. Okay, request for decision, appointment of deputy directors of emergency management, page 11 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, did you want to speak to this now, or did you want to bring them in and introduce them?
I've got to track them down.
The road today.
Yeah, they're on the road. So we may not get a chance to meet them today. So we might as well get this out of the way, and if we can grab them at noon or at some point today, I'd love to introduce you. We have two new peace officers, Chase Kamaniak and Aislinn Rule. And so we also need to appoint them as deputy directors of emergency management, both of which have experience with emergency management. In fact, Aislinn's got a whole diploma in it. So we are, we're excited to have them on board, and I look forward to getting to introduce them to you guys.
Okay. Councilor Needs?
I'll make the recommendation that County Stellar, appoint Chase, how do you say his last
I mean, I was guessing too, so.
I think Romanek.
Romanek, okay.
name? And, is that her name?
Aislinn Rule.
Real. Sorry, for, deputy directors of emergency management.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried.
And hopefully we can meet him soon, because I did send a message to our Reeve to see.
Yeah,
It did get sent on, and I went to talk to them this morning. They're all already on the road, so I apologize.
Okay, so 7.13, letter of support, Statler Ag Society.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got to let Nikki speak to this because I didn't know it was on the agenda.
They just came in this morning, actually. So just with the way their meetings fall and then our meetings fall, they need a letter of support. So they asked if they could be quickly added to the agenda. The Stettler District Ag Society is asking for a letter of support to apply for a grant through the Community Initiatives Program to improve and upgrade the outdoor rodeo arena and grounds to better accommodate multiple events taking place at the same time. They've actually put in a bid for the Alberta Junior High School Rodeo Provincial Finals in 2022 and 23. If they were awarded, it would be a 2-year deal. And they have some plans to upgrade and make this a better facility to host this type of event next year and then in the future, hopefully with COVID in the past.
Councilor Grover?
I'll make the motion.
Questions, concerns? I actually have one after this past weekend. I'd had numerous calls from a lot of them, most of them residents of Statler concerned with activities on the Eggs Society grounds, which was a high school rodeo, and the way that maybe they weren't conducting the rodeo within the building, but how people were conducting themselves outside the building and on the grounds. So if we still, heaven forbid, we're still in COVID, it's just one of those things that we need to make sure that people are monitoring that piece if they're allowing those activities there, or we could be another rodeo ground on social media. Councilor Grover?
I would speak to that. As a grandmother that has two kids that run in there last weekend, which I couldn't go see because I am not allowed to go there. Some of the kids got grouping up a bit. They had to shut that down, but there is a HS guy, person, right there.
24 all the time?
All the time, most of the days. He was there 2 days in a row. But that rodeo was run the proper way. That's the 5th rodeo they've run. That's the 2nd one they've run in there because they follow the protocol. If somebody goes in to run, person that's running and the next one up is the two in the arena. Takes a bunch of the camaraderie between the kids out of it. Kids didn't really think it was all that great, but, and then they had 4 or 5 grouping together on their horses. And they had to go and shut that down. You have to spread away and go back to your trailer and do that stuff. But they've run 5 of them and they've had AHS at all of them. And they've all passed the thing. Now, the one they had over at Northcott there, where they pulled out on the private land and just did whatever, that's not this year. I'd like to went to the rodeo, but I would sooner stay home and see my kids be able to, or my grandkids be able to do stuff like that. And you're always gonna get the naysayers from the ball, one was a ball dad, well, why can't we have ball games? Because the rodeo outfit went and put pressure on the minister. As long as they do it properly, they can keep having them. If they, as soon as they break the protocol thing, then they're gonna be shut down. Thank you.
Any other concerns? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we are unfinished business request for decision gravel pit enforcement update. Or do we go to agenda items?
I think that will still have to be tabled, will it not?
Yeah, we're just keeping it on the agenda so we don't forget about it.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, I've asked for the costs involved in enforcement on, and where we're at on some of the cap levy situations. We are in the middle of throes of still some legal issues, which has been advised that maybe till we get that straightened or at least some sort of completion or compliance, we may want to just wait and hold off to see where we're at. So I'd like to table that till next meeting if we could, again, keep it on the agenda. Hopefully, we will have next meeting have some sort of end to the legal issue.
Yeah, that's a motion to table.
Okay, we have a motion to table. All in favor? Carried. Agenda items, memo, re-aggregate extraction permit application requirements, page 47 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These 2 letters were received from members of the public asked to be put on the council agenda, and it's a recommendation from staff.
Tara's on the line if you wanted her to speak to it. She was almost ready to speak and then.
Better off.
Go ahead, Kara.
Okay, so back in 2015, there was a development permit issued for sand, gravel, and surface mineral extraction on the southeast of 363421. In May of 2016, the permit was issued for 5 years and it expires on June 30th, 2021. One of the conditions on that development permit required that when the permit expired, it be a new application, new development permit application, and an updated activity plan, and any updated documentation needed to be applied. And then further to that, in December of 2020, the County of St. Clair Land Use Bylaw was amended to clarify sections of the bylaw related to sand, gravel, and surface mineral uses, and specifically the requirement to be submitted as part of the application line of sight data from the disturbance area to all residential uses within a minimum distance of 400 meters, and expert reports on air quality and noise within 400 meters of existing residents. So the application related to this development it is being discussed, and both the landowner and the tenant of the property have raised objections to the requirements for the studies, and have requested that council reconsider the requirement to provide the information. There are 2 letters attached to this memo. Currently, the land use bylaw does not contain any provisions to allow the development authority to waive the requirements based on individual circumstances. If the applicant does not provide the information required, the application will be deemed incomplete and refused pursuant to the MGA.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ivan.
Chairman, thank you. Part of the reason that we have a 5-year expiry date is because things change, and we know things change on a regular basis. That's the whole reason in planning and development that these go forward permits are not forever and ever and ever. It is because things change. So when they change, we want to review to make sure that they're still working. Maybe they work in your favor, maybe they work against you. But there is still a reason that these development permits have to come back to the planning and development department. The rules are the rules, and we're not treating anybody individually different than anybody else. Any gravel pit operator would be treated in the same way. It's not that we are picking on any individual. We're not taking one person out or one company out by any means. So we've tried our best to make this a workable solution to fit into both sides of the fence, as it were. And I'm very comfortable with where we're at on this, and the rules are the rules. It costs money to run a business, and if it happens to be that you need to pay that kind of money, that's what it is. I don't know if that is a true estimate of the money. I don't run a gravel pit, so I don't know if that's a true estimate. It's a cost of doing business.
Silver.
And there have been instances when county ratepayers who live in close proximity of gravel pits have raised concerns of dust and noise and things, and this is looking after those residents as well that do have these concerns living close to gravel pits. So I mean, there may be some opposition in the letters today, but there's also support from other residents who want this extra level of protection, and to make it in a bylaw that's very clear what's required.
This is a very unfortunate situation where somebody's going to have to move, but that's again a business decision of who owns the pit, where it's at.
Any other?
So what, there's no recommendation needed for this, just
receive for information.
Receive for information.
I will give you a receipt for information on this, Mr. Chairman.
Any other
With
questions?
instructions to the development department to continue the course of the bylaw.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay. 9.2 memo, Red Willow Lagoon drainage, page 50.
Mr. Chairman, I'll let Andrew speak to this.
Yeah, so we got the letter from a resident who neighbors the Red Willow Lagoon. Back in the late fall of last year, we had to start draining the Red Willow Lagoon. It did not follow, at least it did not fully follow the established ditch that we had there. So there was some accumulation in the ditch and in an adjacent wetland. So we stopped the drainage at that point. And so we take another look at it in the spring and make sure that things are the way they're supposed to be. So Randy met with the landowner and the renter and the area counselor up there earlier this spring. And it was pretty clear that the ditch isn't the way it's supposed to. It looks like it's possibly due to being farmed. that there has been deposited there and the grade has changed. So what we want to commit to just operationally is prior to the next planned discharge, which will happen this year, that we'll do a survey of the topography there and reestablish the drainage patch against our approvals and as constructed records. Because we have all of that, it's very clear. At that point, as long as everything is as approved by AEP, we're not required to actually seek consent or even notify neighbors. So we do notify the neighbors as a good neighbor thing prior to draining. Landowners might not always be happy because the natural outfall of wetlands will see their sloughs grow and shrink. And I mean, these days, the more land you can get, the better. I mean, lots of farmers in this room that know that. If you got a slough that's dry, you're farming up to it a lot closer. So, but we don't, our policy wouldn't consider paying compensation for any crop losses.
Councilor Nyberg and then Councilor Nix.
So who has to pay for, if the farm was the problem, farming practice, who has to pay for the correction?
Well, I said probably was the farm for a good reason, because I can't really justify, I can't point the finger at them and say for sure. So it would be through our work program that we would undertake the work and reestablish a fence. And then from there, we know anything else that happens, if that fence is there, that fence is maintained, it'll be good. The issue with the Red Willow Lagoon is that we haven't had to drain it. The evaporative losses have been good enough that we haven't had to use our outfall plan. But, as more activity's gone to it, especially with the town directing traffic there, and more activity at the lake, which brings their effluent to the lagoon, it's to the point where we need to do it. And that's how it's engineered to work. It's just, this was the first time. And so in 10 years, it could have happened anytime. I can't point the finger at the renters. I can't point the finger at the landowners. I don't want to.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Councilor Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I met with Randy and the owner and the renter out there as well. And I wouldn't say it's entirely the fault of the farmer. I think there may be a little problem with the drainage originally. And I don't know whether, Rick, whether your department's had a chance to survey that yet or not, but it needs a little tweaking. And the drainage run into a slough, which is unfortunate. And it would probably have to fill that little slough up before it would drain further down the ditch. So it does need a little tweaking there as far as drainage goes. But the farmer does fence into the bottom of the ditch in a couple of spots. They're on both sides of the road. And actually at one time it was crossing the road, so there was a little bit of flooding on both sides of the road. But I think it needs tweaking a little bit, and if we have to, we could put a fence down there, and that would solve the farm and the ditch problem, and also help in keeping the ditch open too. But I understand now that from talking to Randy that it may have to be dumped every year or maybe twice in a year. Now that was the first time it was ever dumped, and it was last fall. And that was after about 14 or so years of service. So, I mean, it was, because nobody really knew what was going to happen until then, but it's something that needs to be addressed, and probably before it fills up again. If we have another wet year, it might fill up again, the big part of the lagoon.
Councilor Grover.
Yeah, if we have to get it cleaned out and get it all straightened around, and probably should fence it then. Even if it's not a fence for cattle, just a fence as a marker, and you put that steel post in the ground, they'll stay there. And that will solve the problem probably for the next 15 years.
Councilor Yates and then Councilor Stoll.
I was just wondering for the future if we're going to be inspecting the ditches just to make sure the flow is going to go where it needs to go. And, you don't know how many weeds or whatnot will grow in there.
It was engineered back in the day, and was MPE, I don't know.
I believe MPE did that, or maybe associated.
And it's a natural drainage there that goes out into wetlands and then probably ends up in the Red Willow Creek and in the.
Goes through Stettler.
Battle River, no, it goes, the other way, it goes the Battle River Creek into the Battle River. So, don't fish in the Battle River within a certain miles of the county of Stettler. So, no, it was all planned and engineered and approved by environment, so it just needs a little tweaking.
Just a question to administration. The overflow ditches, are they on like private property, or they make use of the county roadway ditches?
Yeah, so the ditch we're talking about is just natural, or the county ditch, yeah. And then it follows a natural, the natural hydrology of the area to, as Councillor Nixon indicated, to eventually find its way to the Battle River. And that's all how it was engineered and approved through EP. Because it is treated effluent by them, so.
Mr. Chairman, I, this is just a receipt for information with instruction for administration to, of course, do the backup work to make sure that the drainage is to engineering specs. I'll give you that motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay. Bylaws. I guess we did 10.6.
Chairman, we could go on to fee bylaw, but I have a question with the public hearing for.
I'd like it to come after.
Perhaps we should wait.
Yeah, just the RV tagging has a link in the fee bylaw for the $25, so I think it'd be prudent to hold off.
Get the bylaws and go to reports in.
You can give first reading to 10.7 if you like.
Yeah. We'll go to bylaw 10.7. Bylaw 1661-21, amend land use bylaw at contractor's business /HB to CRA district for first reading. Page 88 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jacinta, did you want to speak to that? Is it Jacinta or Karen?
Jacinta will.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry.
You gotta open up. Thanks, Jacinta.
Sorry, I thought we were doing them after lunch. Sorry about that. So yes, we have a request to amend the contractors, CRA district, country residence agricultural district, to provide for contractors business home-based. And so the definition is included in the report. And so this would affect any land use currently zoned CRA. So those, anyone within that district would be notified of the proposed amendment to the land use district to include contractors business home-based. If you have any other questions regarding that, I can certainly give you what the definition of a contractor's business home base would include. So it's a light industrial or service-oriented operation for commercial and or industrial service support and construction. And the building in which a contractor's business is being operated from shall be deemed to be approved as a shop when a development permit for the contractor's business is issued. Typical uses include but are not limited to oil field support services, laboratories, cleaning and maintenance, paving, road construction, sewage disposal or similar services which require on-site storage space for materials, mobile equipment or vehicles normally associated with the contractor's business. Any sales display, office or technical support service shall be accessory to the principal general contractor use. Contractor's business does not include any use that is defined in this section, such as sand, gravel, and surface mineral extraction, auction mart, value-added agricultural, industrial, etc. So a home-based contractor's business can employ up to 3 individuals. And the home has to be located on the property in order to operate a contractor's business home base. And there's no like noise, nuisance, any other associated with the business shall not affect the neighboring properties. And there's also outside storage is not subject to the approval of the Municipal Planning Commission. And on-site retail services is not, it shall be associated with the business. So those applications would come to Municipal Planning Commission for approval, as they would be deemed a discretionary use in the CRA district. Or just option to give schedule a public hearing for June at our next council meeting. This is just the first reading of the bylaws.
I would move first reading, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And set a public hearing for the next council meeting.
Which would be June 9th.
Yes.
Okay.
At 1 o'clock.
Yes.
1 o'clock. Okay, and is that good, Jacinda?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Okay, so we have a motion for first reading and public hearing June 9th, 2021 at 1 p.m. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, reports, chief administrative officers reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions? No.
Dr. Dina knows you by your first name.
Just about. I met with the CAO from Big Valley. It's my first meeting last month, and I must have scared her. Apparently, I understand she's resigned, but a couple of weeks. I feel bad. I think she moved and got quite ill, and she's had a bit of a bad run. So I'm probably scared.
Councilor Nixon.
Just a question, Yvette. Does any other municipality have a comprehensive administration report like ours?
No, they don't, because I take a lot of flack from them about too much information, and I go, but then they don't phone me and ask me questions, so.
I should just quickly point out too, for anybody's interest, page 117's got the new quad wagon in action in a picture there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And we watched it the other day, and it's a pretty cool unit. One thing I would like to bring to your attention is Port Lorraine. Oh my God, the Stellar Regional Landfill. We got broke into again. And then they came back 2 nights ago, crawled through the fence. I think they had a nap and then cut off the catalytic converters from the truck that we just got fixed from the last break-in a week ago. Like, I don't know whether a big dog or we electrify all the fences. We've got new cameras up there that now will download and notify people when someone's on site because they've been camping there by the sounds of it. But it's so frustrating. Like, we just can't seem to catch these guys or keep them from breaking in continuously.
Councilor Nyberg.
I just done, and I could look at the page numbers. It's 105, I think. I think that's 105. It's kind of skewed out there. The traffic road use agreement, 24 infractions. Like, what's up there?
That doesn't mean necessarily an infraction. It's when they go in, they get assigned a file number, and that includes all. So any issued one will show up on it.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought we were running into 24 enforcement issues. I was gonna.
You guys have to log to the nth degree, like,
I know.
they blow their nose and they write it down, honestly.
No, fair enough. That I just it just was the start.
Okay, Councilor Grover.
The breaking in up there? We're an empty council, right?
Yeah.
Good for that. We have security cameras up there is what I'm wondering?
We do, but they don't know that we do now. We have new ones up there. We just got them, but the ones we had before just basically record the footage. So we watch them, but.
You can hear them. It's very workaday. You know, no, hand me that tool. Walking through the shop saying, think they got anything new in the shop? Anything new?
Yeah, like.
Yeah, very
it's-
clear.
It's
How
great.
many times a month would they break in there?
Well, lately, it's like 2-3 times a month.
So the new cameras, Jared just installed them 2 days ago, will look for people and vehicles rather than just all motion. So if it identifies either of those outside of hours, it will send a notification to Rennie and our protective services guys and let them, they can pull up their phone quickly, take a look to make sure it's not a false alarm, and they can call the RCs or with the area counselor. He's just a little ways away. He can draw.
That's just a motion I was gonna make. Can I make a motion? The area counselor, check on that every night? Or go to bed, but maybe that's 9:30.
Okay,
I could make one more thing, Larry.
yes,
Just for you to point out, page 128, there, the park benches at the Ball Diamonds. They've been built to survive the apocalypse, similar to the Erskine Pathway.
That's why some of those would really look nice in that new park at Erskine.
Yeah, we finally got that organized and looking better, so.
okay, good, thank you. Counselor Stewart?
Just back to the pictures of the new gravel truck. I think it's pretty cool to note that the picture was taken in the #1 ward in the county.
Right, though, it is.
I would like to make a motion.
You're number 2.
And all the good gravel out of the #2 ward is what this is. It's just
Running out of the back of the
trail. It's just to let the people,
environment know where the,
yeah, good neighbor policy. Go ahead.
Counselor Needs.
I was just wondering about our trucks, if we could maybe, I know it would be a huge hassle, could they park the trucks at the Public Works?
Stellar Waste? Is Stellar Waste, you mean?
Yeah.
That was a suggestion I came up with. They really don't want to because of the inconvenience, but
Yeah.
if we can't get a handle on it, that's certainly something I'm looking at because this is nuts.
Counselor Bender?
It was on page 121, Rick, I went down and had a look at the road down in 38-2. I've just had 2 concerns down there, and the one person waited for a long time. And the last one was, like he was saying, beautiful road on there, but with the 1.5 inches, it's not, I'll say, gluing onto the road. So like, with the size of rock that's on there, like, and I drove it also, it feels like you're on marbles. He really recognizes that this is an experimental to find out where we're going, but he was just saying, like, he's taking out a windshield. He also had a rock that flipped up under his service truck and damaged the service, like the transfer tank. There was $707 worth of fuel that leaked out. We never knew until he got into the yard. So I'm just kind of wondering, is there anything else that we can so-called use some of this 3/4 inch that is maybe gluable so that we can kind of keep these rocks a little bit calmed down, mix in with it?
Well, there's 2 things happening here. I explained it to Larry a little bit after our last conversation about the same road actually is we're discovering in the areas where we're really structuring the road with the pit run that the 1.5 inches isn't getting into the road because it's so hard and rocky that it sits on top. The very first mile being this one, it's actually doing quite well. There shouldn't be issues in an environment where the rocks have ability to move in their fines and whatnot and absorb that way, but they're also getting into the road. But what we decided is when we do the restructuring where we had the pit run underneath, we're probably gonna top that with 3/4 of the new 1 inch, depending on where we're at with material at that point, so that it doesn't sit on the road as much. The other issue we're having is it will work in places where it has worked in, where we've had the time to get it in moisture. It produces an absolutely great road without a lot of rock issues. Just unfortunately, we've had such dry conditions up until the last week that getting it worked in has been an issue. So once it works in, it's a great product. I'm still of the opinion that and I've driven in a lot of other counties and a lot of other environments, and, even the parking lot here at the Ball Diamonds across the street is all 1.5 inch material. I don't believe it's a rock as much as it is the habits of how we're using the road. In a lot of cases, speed plays a lot into throwing rocks. So it is a bit of a dual responsibility, but we've addressed the issue on that road in particular that, obviously came through you, muddy, rutted out, washboard all the time. And we got a super good, strong road. And I can drive around with a number of other counties that use, that same type of spec of gravel in a large preponderance of their main roads with great effect. I think a lot of that, so the the expectation is you can still drive $120 down one of these roads and not have an impact. And I think a lot of that's what we're getting.
I'd say like it's, a super job to like restructuring it, and yes, like, thing is like you get it so damn hard, they won't accept, say like the larger rock on it. No, like I'm not debating anything like that, it's just something like you said, maybe the 3/4 inch means that it won't really take it. And like Charlie had mentioned that he was driving down the road with his Aerosteer and it's taking up the whole road, and this other vehicle comes towards him. Just about at the end of the intersection, this guy stops right in front of him, and Charlie goes, so he had to make the guy back up. So he's also met others that come flying down the road and he pulls over, but they don't slow down. And I said, you use the rule that you do is out in the bush. The small guy takes a ditch. You hug it until you force him into it slowing down.
Well, and also bearing in mind that we're addressing a lot of the concerns that have been raised with a lot of our roads over a number of years. It is a change for people, and I think that change they're not used to. I mean, they're used to, you know, when conditions are good and dry, being able to drive on a, you know, slicked over, fine filled road until it gets wet, and then we get massive amounts of phone calls about the condition of the roads. Well, you know, the complaints on this particular road have been a lot less than we'd normally get in its old condition as a starting point. And, you know, I guess we gotta take a look at which problem's worse to have. One where we're up to our axles all the time in mud and slipping around, or do we have a good solid road that if we change our driving habits a little bit, we'll probably service the public a lot better longer term and maintain the shape. The one thing I am finding in the greater operators to give me feedback on this with what we're doing with some of these roads is keeping them out of the grade, which is where I want them. I don't want them in there pulling stuff up all the time. So the rocks that we're putting in where we're putting the pit run in is keeping them out of it. So the road is going to stay in the shape better if they're not able to get into it. We're not getting into washboard into the actual road top. It's just a little bit of washboarding in the loose gravel on top until it's worked in. When we have the 1.5 inches anywhere near the surface and we do more blading over a period of time, those rocks are going to be up for a bit and then sealed back in. I mean, there's no getting away from the top size of the rock in the surface regardless. And I've been driving myself gravel roads, as I'm sure many of you have, for, you know, most of my life. And, you know, I've never seen a rock that big, you know, that 1.5 inch top size in a tire that I've had blow out, but I've pulled a lot of 3/4 inch chunks of rock out of my tires. And it's usually when I'm trying to get the extra life out of my tire by, you know, I get another 10,000 kilometers out of it. Now I got to change one, right? So I think a lot of it's education and just comfort and driving habits and just the fact that we're changing. But we are addressing the issues that have been brought up. We're getting good success in the road top because people aren't used to a hard, little bit rougher road that's going to support them. You know, that road was great after that big rain. Compared to what it would have been had we not done it.
They do very much to recognize, he just said, there's no water sitting on the road.
And it's a balancing act. I mean, everybody's got an opinion and a different want for the use of the road. And we're trying to find that middle ground where it does most things adequately rather than having these dips and hollows of nasty conditions at different times, right?
And these are not trunk roads, so that one rule that you said doesn't pertain to the county roads at the bigger road. Pushes in the ditch. Any other?
Oh, unless somebody else is going to receive for information. Les can take it.
Thank you, Council Silver. Any other questions, concerns?
I was just gonna ask about 40-4, because I know last year we got a lot of phone calls about it being wet and soupy, and then we put the 1.5 inch on. How is that road working now?
It's done a lot better. It's a different animal than this one in the picture, largely because of the sand content up there. So those rocks worked into the surface and capped it a lot differently than what we're getting on something with more clay content. So, you know, once again, different environment. We got a ton of complaints about that mostly from the White Sands population for a period of time with a lot of the small cars going in on the weekend, which, you know, just reinforces that's where we got all the complaints before as well about wet conditions and slippery roads. You address it and it turns the concerns into other concerns, I guess, is the issue. And there's not a lot of middle ground in this where you're going to be able to provide a service that's going to be 100% all the time in all conditions. Every time we have a change in conditions, we're gonna have a change on our roads. What we're trying to do in these cases is mitigate the amount of change in the roads, right, and develop a consistent service. But, you know, I honestly believe that a good, dense, hard, well gravelled, even with bigger rock on a road is gonna service our public a lot better longer term than something that is constantly getting phone calls and don't provide services for us. We won't be able to afford the manpower, the equipment, and the time to go do this all the time.
I think we heard the fix was pavement.
Yeah, no, we did, Councilor Tender.
Rick, I'd heard through the grapevine that there was an undercarriage put under the 7R. I never saw it on the reports. I don't know if it's coming on this one or.
Still trying to get the grease out of my fingernails, but thank you.
It was here and it's so quiet. I said to Rick, whose cat did you borrow?
Yeah, that rejuvenation was in the budget for, this last bit. And as soon as we had the budget passed, we had that thing in between the brushing season and the, construction season, basically. And took that month of spring break up there to get the thing done up. And, other than the machine work required and things like that for various components, the work was all done in the shop here at the county.
Councilor Grover?
No,
Okay, good.
I better not. I got to talk with him after. I got a couple of those.
Okay.
I got some rock for you.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We accept the chief administration officer's report and I really like the detail and it shows that their staff are very busy. So.
All in favor? Carried. Our financial reports. I'm sure everyone has went through them as we knew what their agenda looked like today. So accounts payable register, bank reconciliation, March 31st, 2021, reserves, March 31st, 2021, and year-to-date budget, March 31st, 2021. There was some questions that come forward, but we answered earlier. Council member.
Motion to approve them, Mr. Chairman, as most everybody, I hope, has had their opportunity to get their answers.
Okay.
You snooze, you lose.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Counselor fee sheets, page 181 of the package.
Mr. Chairman.
Just one question. Yours was a follow-up meeting? Follow-up to what? It's just a meeting that says follow-up.
I'll put some clarity into that, okay?
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I just noticed it's follow-up. People might ask.
Okay, I will look at it and follow up to that, okay? Okay. Okay, we motion on the table. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. And then council committee reports, we have one from Councilor Stillberg for Stetler Library and one for FCSS from Councilor Nyberg. Anything further on them?
Chief for information, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Nyberg, receive for information. All in favor? Carried. On to consent agenda items, letter from the town of High River, Eastern Slopes Coal Exploration and Public Consultation of 1976 Coal Development Policy, page 190.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, most of these are just for information, letters that have been written to ministers. Couple of items I will bring up. I did speak to Damien Kirk's assistant. I invited him to the June council meeting, but his baby is due that day. So I said, don't know if that's okay. He would like to come, so I offered him July, August, or September. We got a letter from Munistate just offering a scholarship program. So I just thought if council is okay, we could just advertise that on our website. But 12.7 county residents burdened with abandoned cats. Council may want to discuss that. And then 12.8, we have the letter from the Red Willow Pork Farm that I think needs some discussion. The rest is just kind of information.
So you want us to take 12.6 and just give you a decision on that?
Yeah, if that's okay with you, I think we would just post it on the page for any of our ratepayers' children if they're interested in it.
Yeah, letter from Unisite Rural Community Scholarship Program, it's page 202.
I think staff recommendation to put that on our website. I'll give you that.
Motion. All in favor? Carried. Letter from Rapier County residents burdened with abandoned cats, page 203, the package.
So, asking for some assistance, with people who have been caring for abandoned cats in the county of Stellar.
So the dog bylaw was definitely, I was the one who definitely brought that forward. There was some incidents in my area that had caused some major grief. We needed to strengthen that up, and part of that is when you have a dog on the loose, they can do a lot of damage. A cat can do damage, but not necessarily are they attacking people's other dogs or other cats. They're not tearing and shredding their other cats into the point that they're killing them. And that was what happened in that initiation of that bylaw. I do see that we are spending about, $70,000 on animal control, but most of that is because of dogs at large that are possibly dangerous. So that's where cats, other than the fact that they may be spreading some disease, typically are not dangerous. They're more of a nuisance, and that follows under that. So we've talked about this in the past, about where we're at. I even phoned to the city of Lethbridge about what their catch and spade and then release program was, and it did not have the effect that they're saying that it had. It just was not, it's not a viable situation in that, I don't think, in any of my research that's shown that. So I'm not sure about sponsoring the animal rescue. Then do we now take responsibility to say they are good or bad by who we sponsor and who we don't sponsor? Individuals, if they feel that they want to take their tax dollars, because that's what it would be, and put it towards an animal rescue, that's more power to them. I don't want to charge them an extra $2 or $3 on their taxes and then hand it over to an animal rescue. That's not the way I want to see this happen. So people are free to put their dollars wherever they like.
Would you like us to respond and get some correspondence back?
Most farmers, including myself, except if they have a whole abundance of cats, they take 2 or 3 cats. I have before, I will again. I think if you just ask around the community, probably somebody will take a couple here, a couple there. Yeah, I've been down to this Kennedy place, yeah. So anyhow, I think that's what you should do. I don't think the county wants to put any money in this. Thank you. Okay,
Is this your ratepayer, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to send a letter?
I will.
You want to give us a motion and we'll just do that?
That's what I was going to do, Mr. Chairman, so a motion to respond to the letter, and saying that as a municipality, we're not prepared to put money into this, but certainly if our ratepayers want to, that's certainly their prerogative.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, also the Red Willow pork farmer, do we want to address that, or how?
Andrew, speak to that. He's been in contact.
Yeah, so of course we've talked about the Red Willow Pork Farm as an opportunity to take our line further north and then maybe go past it. We worked with the owner of that outfit, and he we went back and forth a bit based on council's direction. Originally suggested that if you wanted 10 hookups worth, gallon a minute at 65 cubes a day, it's about 10 hookups worth. That, the easy math is $150,000 is a hookup fee to save. That's where we'll start from. But council will always consider alternatives. So if you would like something else, let us know what you're comfortable with and write a letter to council. And so this is what he's proposed, is that he would basically buy 3 hookups worth, plus of course covering his requirement to take it from the property line to his barn, with his intent to hire the person that we have installed the line, just keep going. So it's to council. It took a bit before we were sure whether the Red Willow Pork Farm was even going to propose an option. So we didn't put the cost into engineering the line yet, so there is still some costs there. But whatever we do will be able to be put through the federal gas tax.
Chairman, would it be proper to suggest that the administration bring back some costs and then to the next meeting so that we can get I'm in favor of this, but I just don't wanna openly write a check to administration. I think we need to have a better idea of the financial implications, but is that fair enough to administration?
Yeah, we basically want that if you got the blessing to put the engineering into it, that's what I'm looking for here.
Okay, and should we be looking at what other times would be also?
Absolutely, so that's what that'll do, both routes will look at, both the cost of it, plus the potential revenue and connection side. Cause there's a couple of options for alignments.
Any other questions, concerns?
This is connecting to the shoreline, right?
Maybe the counties.
It comes off, it would come off existing county stuff.
Councilor Nixon?
Just a question to administration. Does the pork farms that use the truck fills now? I saw pork farmers filling at the Red Willow truck site the other day, so I just wondered if that was perhaps does the Red Willow pork farm get their water there now, or do they other places?
It might be somewhere else. I thought that they were still working on wells right now, and they're mostly looking for a quality of water upgrade. But certainly, I don't, they do have cisterns on site. They could. But that's a lot of Trump trips at 65 cubes a day.
It was a super bee that came in with that for the Red Willow pork farm.
Yeah, I guess it
so.
Or
the Red Willow, truck fill, pardon me, so I just.
That's what you're
wondering if that's not much.
Councilor Gender and then Councilor Schoenberg.
As far as I've been told, like, when I talked to Jason and manager up there, they have the lagoon. The biggest problem with that one there, it attracts a lot of the wildlife, the geese, so they contribute to it. The hardest part that they have is really getting this clean, even clean enough in order to be able to utilize it in their cleaning systems, like for their pressure washers, that sort of thing. Even like with all the filters, it's still very troublesome for them.
It sounded like it'd be a nice quality of life upgrade for them. Not that it's a dire need for the water, but.
But it is also like they have a residence up there because of like from the water from the lagoon, they can't even rent out to residents.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I guess, the administration, haven't we, had a plan of budget for taking water to, the Red Willow Park Farm or a certain amount of budget for rural water this year anyway?
Yes, we worked through it in the committee of the whole, and this was the number one priority was to go north to the Red Willow Park Farm if they wanted it, so.
Yeah, the engineering is to determine whether we can do it basically from the existing line, or if we have to twin up some stuff, because it's a 3-inch that goes north a couple miles, and you're looking at maybe a couple $100,000 difference between the two options.
And I remember the discussion as the route of the line, trying to pick up as many more potential customers, and then, and if they have storage, I mean, with the 3 units, the more water they use, I mean, the greater the volume for our county.
I would love to sell an extra 65 cubes a day. That sounds very attractive from an operational standpoint.
So, I guess, once we get the final details of it, but it does look like a good worthy project.
Okay, so you have a recommendation to go forward with that?
Yep.
Okay, everybody's in agreement with that? All in favor? Okay.
I made a motion to have administration bring back to the next meeting with engineering. Sorry, Marlene.
Okay, we are at, and then I guess the rest of the letters, Councilor Stolberg.
Yeah, two-piece part here. I just question, I guess, to our communications. When we sent the county letter to the justice ministers, was that CC to the RMA, our other RMA counterparts? Or?
Yes, we always include.
Oh, the other one. Okay. Good, and then I will move that the rest of the consent agenda be accepted for information.
Any other questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. And we are at 12:07, so,
Let's take a recess.
yeah, all in favor? Recess for lunch.
We are at, our public hearings at 1 PM. First public hearing is 4.1 bylaw 1656-21 to amend the land use bylaw merger of Gadsby and county land use bylaw. I will now declare, well, I guess I should have declared it open at 1:01. And I would ask that administration read into the record the councilors and staff attending the meeting. Members of the public making submissions will be asked to introduce themselves at the time of the submission.
I'll just read everybody into the record. You have Nikki Thorstensen, Director of Communications, Andrew Brishik, Director of Municipal Services, Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services, Kara McKenzie, Development Officer, Marlene Hanson, Executive Assistant, and Yvette Cassidy, CAO, as staff. And then from our council, we have Reeve Larry Clark, Councillor Ernie Gender, Councillor Sheree Neitz, Councillor Dave Grover, Councillor Wayne Nixon, Councillor Les Stolberg, and Councillor James Nyberg. You should be able to see them on the screen in the Brady Bunch squares.
Okay, thank you. I would ask that administration give instructions on how to indicate you wish to speak.
Okay, so we'll just do a quick tutorial for those of you who haven't had enough of Zoom over the last year. Just give me a quick second here. Bring it up on screen. Everybody does start muted. When we move to the verbal submissions, please note we will be doing each bylaw individually, so it will be written submissions, then verbal submissions for the first bylaw, then written submissions and verbal submissions for the second bylaw, etc. All participants are muted through this process. When we move to the verbal submissions for the portion of the public hearing that you wish to speak to the bylaw you wish to speak to, you're going to be asked to raise your hand to request to be unmuted. Chat is not available during this session as this is for verbal submissions. The deadline to submit written submissions was Monday. If technical issues occur on our end, we will pause to resolve them. And if necessary, we will recess the meeting and adjourn it to a later date. To raise your hand, on computer or laptop, there's two options. One may be found under participants and raise hand. At that point, we will see your hand raised, and when it's your turn to speak, we will ask to unmute you, at which point you will see the window that says the host would like you to unmute. Press unmute to that, and you'll be acknowledged and be able to speak for 5 minutes. Newer versions of Zoom have the raise hand option moved to the reactions. As you hit reactions and then raise hand, the same process will apply. Again, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. On iPhones or smartphones and tablets, typically you'll just find the raise hand option under the more link. If you get ... and choose raise hand. And then once we come to your turn, you will see the unmute option should pop up. If you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. When it's your turn, we'll ask to unmute you, and you'll be prompted to press *6 to confirm you want to speak and unmute. You can press *6 to mute yourself again. And in the case of tablets, phones, and laptops, you can just press the mute button on your screen when you're done talking to mute. And that concludes the technical walkthrough. We will walk through those briefly and remind you what the steps are and that you need to raise your hand as we walk through the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I will now ask that administration read the nature of the proposed amendment into the record.
The following was placed in the April 29th and May 6, 2021 Stettler Independent and on the County of Stettler website. Amendment to Land Use Bylaw number 144310, bylaws 165621, bylaw 165721, bylaw 165821, and bylaw 165921. The County of Stettler has prepared bylaw 165621, bylaw 165721, bylaw 165821, and bylaw 165921 to amend land use bylaw 144310 as amended. Council gave first reading to bylaw 165621, bylaw 165721, bylaw 165821, and bylaw 165921 at the April 14th, 2021 council meeting. The bylaws are now being circulated for further review. Bylaw number 165621 proposes an amendment to land use bylaw 144310 to provide for a merger of the former Village of Gadsby land use bylaw number 419/17 with the County of Stettler land use bylaw 144310 as amended. Bylaw number 165721 proposes an amendment to land use bylaw 144310 by revising section 103.8 of the bylaw to include hotel, motel, hostel, and special dwelling unit types as discretionary uses within the recreational facility land use district. Bylaw number 165821 proposes an amendment to land use bylaw 144310 by revising section 76 of the bylaw for the temporary use of recreational vehicles within various land use districts through the issuance of a temporary development permit. Bylaw number 165921 proposes an amendment to land use bylaws 144310 by rezoning the Northwest 9, 39, 19 west of the 4th meridian from the agricultural to the industrial land use district. A public hearing on the proposed bylaws has been scheduled for May 12th, 2021 at 1 p.m. electronically. The council meeting, including the public hearing, will be streamed live at youtube.com/Stettler County. You are welcome to join the live public hearing by Zoom at https://us02web.zoom.us/j/237185770 or call in to 587-328-1099. Use meeting ID 237-185-7702 with passcode 660244, or by submitting written comments via email to jdonovan@stettlercounty.ca prior to May 10th, 2021. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve. Persons wishing to join by teleconference will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations via teleconference at the council meeting regardless of whether or not they have provided written comments. Copies of the proposed bylaws are available on the county website at www.stettlercounty.ca. For more information about the bylaws and the upcoming public hearing, or to send in comments, contact Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services, County of Stettler, number 6, P.O. Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, TOC 2LO, or by email to jdonovan@stettlercounty.ca prior to May 10th, 2021. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third readings to approve the bylaws. Should you require additional information, please contact the Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441, dated April 23rd, 2021. Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services.
Thank you, Nikki. The rules of conduct for this public hearing shall be as follows. Written submission shall be tabled first and read into the record. Verbal submission shall be considered second. To present verbally, please join the session or call into the meeting. The instructions for doing so have been gone through or can be found on the cover page of the agenda package. Verbal submission shall be limited to 5 minutes each and only one presentation per participant. Councilors may ask questions of the speaker after each presentation for clarification purposes. There shall be no debate between participants through the public hearing, and any questions from the floor shall be addressed to the chair. I will now call for any written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw, which would be bylaw 1656-21.
There are no written submissions in support of the bylaw.
Thank you. I will now ask for any written submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
There are no written submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
I will now call for any verbal submissions in support of the proposed bylaw number 1656-21.
And to indicate that you have a verbal submission in support of the proposed bylaw, please choose raise hand or press *9 on your phone now.
We'll just give it a couple of minutes for anyone who is wishing to make a verbal submission in support of bylaw 15.6-21. And this again is the merger of the county and Gatsby land use bylaws.
We're gonna have to start playing music because
We can sing.
No, you cannot, Mr. Grover. All those in favor of Mr. Grover not singing?
I'd like to see it.
No, I would not.
Up in your house.
Nothing indicated, Andrew?
Nothing indicated.
Okay, seeing no verbal submissions in support, we will now call for any verbal submissions in opposition to proposed bylaw number 1656-21. To indicate that you have verbal submission in opposition to the proposed bylaw, please press *9 on your phone now. Or raise hand, I would think, yeah. Andrew will monitor again.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seeing no verbal submissions in opposition, we will now ask our development office if our development officer has any presentation to give clarification to the public hearing for proposed bylaw number 1656-21. Thank you, Kara. Are there any questions from council? We will now move on to proposed bylaw number 1657-21. So I will now call for any written submissions in support of bylaw 1657-21.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have not received any written submissions for bylaw 1657-21.
Okay, so then there are also no written submissions in opposition?
No.
Okay, thank you. I will now call for any verbal submissions in support of the proposed bylaw 1657-21. To indicate that you have verbal submission in support of the proposed bylaw, please choose raise hand or press *9 on your phone now, and Andrew will monitor.
Is the bylaw to amend the land use bylaw to add motel, hotel, hostel, special dwelling unit as discretionary uses to the recreational facility district. Okay, I do have one. Brian DeSouza, if I've asked to unmute, and if you can introduce yourself, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Corinne D'Souza. I am one of the owners that own land at Roshan Sands property.
Okay, go ahead with your submission in, what's this, in support of adding hotel, motel, hostel, and special dwelling units as discretionary uses to the recreational facility.
So mine is mostly with a recreational facility.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So I guess I do have a question and some notes that I'd like to discuss. So does this bylaw apply to all constituents in the county of Stettler? I would like to know what the purpose of the bylaw is. I understand that the bylaw has always been that we have a residential unit. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. We were permitted to have a residential unit i.e. a recreational vehicle, because there was no building commitment at the time when we purchased the land.
Green, I'm just gonna stop you for a second, sorry. This is a different bylaw we're still on yet. I'll get you
I'm
all
sorry.
the next one. No, we've got a lot of bylaws, and this is recreational facilities for hotels, motels. Sorry, we'll put you on hold. I'll put your hand down and mute you. And, again, we're looking for anyone, wishing to make a verbal submission in support of adding motels, hotels, hostels, and special dwelling units as discretionary uses in the recreational facility district. And I'm seeing none, and having had a fair bit of time before that, I think we can move on to those in opposition.
Okay, I will now call for verbal submissions in opposition to proposed bylaw.
Your mic's not working.
Okay, sorry about that. I will now call for any verbal submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw 1657-21. To indicate that you have a verbal submission in opposition to the proposed bylaw, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone now.
Seeing none, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, seeing no verbal presentations, I would ask if our development officer has any presentation to give clarification to the public hearing for proposed bylaw 1657-21. Okay. Thank you, Jacinda. Are there any questions or clarification from council? Seeing none, we will now move on to proposed bylaw 1658-21 to amend land use bylaw to amend recreational vehicle uses. I will now call for any written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have received 3 letters in support, and they were included in your written submission package for today's public hearing, and also posted on our website. So the first letter that was received was from Ken Smith on May the 6th in support of the bylaw. It's on page 3. The second letter of support was from Mark Lujenski. It was received on May the 11th. And the third letter was from Elizabeth Sherman, received on May the 11th, which also would recommend that the bylaw not occur this year, the bylaw amendment, due to the pandemic. So there is a note at the bottom of that page.
Thank you, Jacinda. I will now call for any written submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
So we have received 24 letters. And they start on page 6 in the written submissions that were in today's public hearing package. So the first letter we received was from Bill Reamer, received on May the 3rd. We received a letter in opposition from Lori Murray on May the 4th. A letter from Robert Pierce on behalf of the Scenic Sands Community Association in opposition on May the 4th. A letter of opposition received on May the 5th from Barry Schroeder and Sherelle Joseph, Scenic Sands. Letter of opposition received on May the 6th from Brad Borrell, Scenic Sands. A letter of opposition received on May the 7th from Lyndon Petty. A letter of opposition received on May the 9th from Brian and Judy Nodal on Scenic Sands. A letter received on May the 10th, opposition from Kim Tilmar and family. A letter of opposition received on May the 10th from Philip and Shelley Pals from Scenic Sands. A letter of opposition on May the 10th from Don Lynn. A letter of opposition on May the 10th from Stephen Fix. A letter of opposition on May the 10th from Shauna and Kelly Desmarais, Scenic Sands. And letter of opposition on May the 10th from Roger Delisay, Scenic Sands. A letter of opposition on May the 10th from Donna Ryerson Arsenic. A letter of opposition on May the 10th from Sheila Kirk. A letter of opposition on May the 10th from Veronica. Letter of opposition on May the 10th from Ian and Robin Cavell, Ocean Sands Heights. Letter of opposition on May the 10th from Sharon and Lester Stelbeck. Letter of opposition May the 11th from Kyle Bruggencate. A letter of opposition on May the 11th from Dean Curry. This one is done. And we have another submission that will be presented by Julie Bouchard. Actually, there's missing. Oops. There was some technical difficulties where these letters were not posted to the website and provided in that package. I would like to read those into the record, please. To Jacinta Donovan, Yvette Cassidy, and Andrew Brysick from Buffalo Lake Meadows Owners Association. Proposed bylaw amendment 1658-21, temporary use of RV. There are a few points we would like to make regarding the proposed amendment. All land use districts. The bylaw would apply to all land use districts and would then require any farmer wanting to use an RV on site to abide by the bylaw and apply for a temporary development permit each time. Any campground such as Old McDonald's to have all campers obtain a permit and future campgrounds to comply. The complaint level. The amendment as proposed will definitely raise the complaint level to the bylaw officers as well as county staff. The change is likely to make those complaining even more belligerent than before. Enforcement. The level of enforcement that would be required under the proposed change would be unmanageable for county bylaw officers. Essentially, every RV occupied on any given weekend would require some type of permit. Existing bylaws could be effective. From discussions we have had, it seems the current bylaw could be effective if there had been more and proper enforcement. If there was no way to find someone breaking the rules, add a fine into the appropriate bylaw to give enforcement officers more tools. Don't change the bylaw to make it more restrictive. It will likely make the situation worse. Our recommendation. There has been correspondence from other associations and collectively from a joint submission to ask the county to table the amendment until a later date and to use the enforcement of the current bylaw in a more targeted way for this season. South Shore communities have agreed to educate residents as to the current bylaw and create some discussion on the proposed bylaw. South Shore communities would be pleased to have a working session after the summer season to work through the noted problem areas and successes to help further refine the amendment to give the county and its communities a better result. Thank you for your time and consideration. Bruce Olson, President of Buffalo Lake Meadows Owners Association. We also have another letter that was submitted and was missed in the package that was distributed. Jacinta, good day. Our name is Ken and Elaine Parch, and we reside permanently at 28 View Place, Scenic Sands, County of Stettler. I am inquiring for additional information so I can understand what the County of Stettler is proposing with this bylaw change. It is unclear to me why I would be expected to have a permit to park something I own on a piece of property I own, for which I already pay taxes to the County of Stettler. I wonder what my taxes that I already pay for are for. We get very minimal service in our area now. We get a grader on our roads very infrequently, winter or summer. We have 3 garbage bins that the county supplies. We had a bin that was for trees and grass, but that has since disappeared and no explanation where it went, and that is about it. I can't help but think that all the communities around the lake are getting penalized with this cash grab, somehow linked to the poor management put forward by the County of Stettler councillors with regard to the Paradise Shores debacle, possibly needing to recoup the expected tax dollars expected but lost from that development, which now sits uncompleted and in disrepair. It seems to me that the oil companies are getting offered a free pass on the taxes that they are supposed to pay for the County of Stettler for the properties they own. But the residential property owners get saddled with generating dollars the county should be collecting from the oil companies. If I have misunderstood the purpose of the proposed bylaw changes, then please correct me. But what I read seems to add cost to me as a landowner in this county, to which I disagree, especially if it applies to equipment and I own being placed on my own land. Regards, Ken and Elaine Parch.
Just for the record to show as well that the submissions that were not directly read aloud have been reviewed by all councillors in advance of the meeting.
Jacinta and Andrew. I will now call for any verbal submissions in support of the proposed bylaw 1658-21, and that is to amend recreational vehicle uses. To indicate that you have a verbal submission in support of the proposed bylaw, please choose raise hand or press *9 on your phone now.
We have a few.
In support.
Yeah, in support. Please note that these are for submissions in support. So if you have raised your hand right now, I'm assuming it's in support. You'll have a chance next to voice opposition. And please remember that this is for council to hear from you. Questions will be answered at the end of everybody's submissions as the development officer provides clarification to the public. So to start, I see Loran Tweet asked to unmute you. And if you can unmute yourself and then introduce yourself, and then please proceed with your 5-minute presentation.
Hey, I'm actually for opposition. Sorry.
Okay, I'll just mute you again and lower your hand here for a sec, and we'll wait till you get back for opposition. So again, right now we're calling for anyone in support of the proposed bylaw to amend recreational vehicle temporary uses. Okay, seeing none and knowing we've got a few hands that are going to shoot up right away, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I will now call for verbal submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw 1658-21 to amend the land use bylaw to amend recreation vehicle uses. To indicate that you have verbal submission in opposition to the proposed bylaw, please raise hand or press *9 on your phone now.
Okay. We'll go back to Loran Tweet if you can unmute yourself there.
You bet. So my name's Lawrence White, and we own lots 9 and 11 up in Buffalo View Estates. So I guess I understand completely where you guys are coming from. You don't want these to be a campground, and I am on board with that. We have plans to build. I guess my issue is right now, for 4 years, we've paid taxes and we pay monthly $35 per lot. I also understand why you want permits issued, so you can track who's there and how long they're there, and I get that. But maybe an alternative to people who are already paying what they are, maybe issue a permit but at zero cost instead of the 25 or 35 or whatever it be. So just as an alternative, and maybe an online check-in I just, for the 2 weekends a year that the owners, like, that don't use it as a full-time camping spot, I don't think they should be penalized, but, and I also believe that to get away from the campground idea with multiple lots, I think that would have to be a clause gone out that you have X amount of time to build. That's just my opinion, because short of that, I think people are still gonna try and do that.
All right, thank you very much.
Probably Corinne next, because she was first, I think.
No, I've got my order down, don't worry. I've got Julie Rattan will be next based on who is ready to go first. So I'll ask you to unmute, Julie. And go
Okay,
ahead.
am I good? Okay. I'm actually calling in on behalf of 2 organizations, so I think I can do it all in 5 minutes. But if I go a little bit over, I ask your leniency. I know you got this letter in your package from, in regards to all of the communities at the South Shore. That includes Scenic Sands, Rochon Sands Heights, Abbey Road, Buffalo Lake Meadows, Rochon Sands Estates, and county residents around the lake. Approximately 325 residents. They've asked me to read this today to you, and if you have anything to clarify, then I'm here to answer that. Further to various discussions and communication between several county representatives and representatives of the South Shore Community Associations, we are writing to summarize some of our common concerns regarding the proposed RV bylaw changes, as well as suggesting near-term next steps. We are keenly interested in cooperating and working with the county to reduce the issues which concern us all, and doing this effectively and efficiently. Common concerns. First, we want to understand the fundamental issues which the county is trying to solve with these changes. For us, and we expect for the county, the issues are not really about who has an RV on their private property and whether it's being used to house grandchildren or other occasional guests. Rather, it's about more substantive issues such as noise, parking, traffic, and respecting neighbors' rights. And of course, to follow on to that is how to reasonably ensure these issues are dealt with through what is already contemplated under the existing bylaws and other regulations. Frankly, we don't see how these proposed bylaw changes accomplish the objectives. We do want to find ways to achieve that without applying blanket restrictions on innocent community residents. Next steps. We suggest a multi-pronged approach over the next few months. Please be assured we are not proposing an open-ended blank check which ignores your concerns, but a way for us to work together to solve the underlying issues, rather than imposing a blanket something. We, being closest to our common constituents, truly believe it will not work in its current form. It's clearly not in our community interest to ignore bylaw infractions which affect our quality of life and community harmony. We suggest the following steps. 1, pause these bylaw changes until August 1st while we take the next steps. This provides time to bring forward the improved bylaw changes for the latter part of this summer, if it is needed. 2, together we immediately improve education on current bylaws and the benefits of them, as well as examples of how current violations are creating problems for the communities, using community association email outs, social media, and other channels. 3, in parallel, the county ramps up enforcement of existing bylaws with the cooperation of residents, tracking the number and types of infractions and the results of these actions. 4, we collect observations of the results of these actions and work together to revise the bylaws as needed to solve the underlying issues on a more targeted basis. We look forward to discussing how to improve the situation using our collective ideas and goodwill to design the best solution. Thank you. That was the letter from, you have in your package, and from all the South Shore communities. This next letter is for our community association. representing approximately 80 households in Roshan Sands Heights Community Association. First off, I would like to say the existing bylaw, which allows for a second RV for 21 days and as many as can fit on your lot for up to 5 days, is a good bylaw. It serves the lake community well. It allows for families to come to visit at the lake for short periods of time, as well as 2-week summer vacations they may have. That is what the lake is for. The issue is those few who don't play by the rules. I do want to say Jacinta has worked hard over the last year trying to communicate and educate lake residents on what the bylaws are. We have heard the discussions at council over bylaw infractions. We are hoping that due to the efforts of county administration, that the situation will improve this year. We do agree that those who blatantly disregard the bylaw rules must suffer consequences. The bylaw is not the issue, enforcement is. Focus on enforcement, not new rules. Jacinta and the peace officers are quite aware of who those few are, and action should be taken. All residents at the lake should not be penalized for the actions of the few. The county is imposing a bylaw that by its nature will put more residents into a non-compliance position, making enforcement even more onerous. Getting into compliance and continuing to educate is always the better way. We recognize this is a difficult issue to resolve. Just hearing from our residents, it is obvious there are differences of opinions based on people's own circumstances, and there is not one solution that will please everyone. Most people are taking issue over the requirement to get a permit for short-term stays. Whether that is grandkids staying in your stored RV or family coming for a weekend and your house is not big enough to accommodate sleeping arrangements, or someone needing to isolate themselves due to COVID. Some do not even have access to Wi-Fi, computers, or printers to even apply for a permit at the lake. We ask that this bylaw change not be approved at this time. The board of the association is more than willing to work with the county to continue in your education efforts. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Something we missed with the last speaker was that does council have any, is there any questions or clarification from council? Seeing none, we will move on to the next one, Andrew.
So we will go to Green.
Good afternoon. Sorry, hopefully that made you all laugh because I was talking about the wrong bylaws to start with.
No worries.
So my name is, smile everybody. So my name is Corinne D'Souza, and I'm representing 5 of us in our household. I do recognize everything that Julie Rattan has just read in the 2 letters, and her and myself were going to connect, and we never had an opportunity. And I echo the same sentiments, and I share the same philosophy as identified in the 2 letters that have been presented. I just want you to know, as owners of a lot at Roshan Sands that typically uses that lot for no more than 16 weekends in a year, and that might be a 1-week holiday on top of that. We are winter vacationers, so we don't use the lake as much. I think, and I agree, that the bylaw has a purpose of it. We are all responsible owners. We all live by the law, and we even enforce rules amongst ourselves for the bylaws by keeping our noise down and never obstructing and parking so that we are obstructing emergency vehicles or access. I don't see any purpose of this bylaw. I totally disagree with it. I also think it's a 2-tier system, that if you have a cabin and you have an RV as a second residence, that seems to be accepted. So are you then penalizing myself because I chose not to build on my land. There was no obligation for us to build under consideration. That's why we purchased the land. And for me, it's an inconvenience to be hauling my RV out. It is not a small RV, and I only have 2 RVs on our lot at any given time. It is usually a RV that we use for ourselves as husband and wife, and then we have a second RV that houses typically our son or our daughter. I also disagree with the zoning that it talks about age of the RV. As we all know, you can have a 1950 car that looks like a rust bucket, and we also know that you can have a 1950 car that looks brand new. So I think it all depends on how people keep up their product and keep up their residence. And at no point, I think as all respectful owners, we ever want to, I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for right now, but devalue, that's the word I'm looking for, on any of our land. So we always keep up our land, and we keep up the appearance as well as the places that we use as much as possible. The intent of this property is for families to get together and enjoy some peace and quiet. For those of us who live in the city, it is an opportunity for us to get away from the rat race and to enjoy some peace and quiet. Who is going to police this for the 21-hour timeline? Is the county then making us responsible to rat on our neighbors? We are good neighbors. We work well with our neighbors. We have great communication, have great relationships, and we're happy to cooperate with the bylaw. But on the same token, I don't see why and how this is going to be able to be enforced. Communication was not received by myself. It was only through great communication that I have with Jacinta on an ongoing basis that I had reached out when I heard through the grapevine about a bylaw. And Jacinta has spent a couple of times with me and provided me the information. So I recognize that the communication was posted in the Stetler newspaper. It was posted on the website. But as a landowner that does not live in the county, that communication was lost. After a communication with an email through Jacinta, I did get a letter, but unfortunately for myself, I only received the front part of the page. It was supposed to be a 2-part page. Regardless, I think it is important for us to have time. I think as a community, we need to get together. I do understand that you've got challenges, and I do understand you've got a job to do. But I also think that it is important for you to understand the rest of the county, and I agree with everything that Julie Rattan has mentioned and a number of other people have mentioned in their emails, that we do pay taxes. We do pay heavy taxes, and we don't see any value for those taxes. Okay? So thank you very much for your time. I think that was my time about the sound effect.
Yes, thank you, Corinne. Is there any questions from council for clarification to Corinne? Councilmember?
Through to administration, she mentioned about not having it mailed out to her. How was that communicated?
It was sent to all Buffalo Lake residents. Unfortunately, Corinne's copy just had the rezoning for, not the rezoning, but the addition of hotel motel and special dwelling unit.
So we sent it to the tax rolls?
Yes,
Okay.
and it was, as she mentioned, posted on our website and in the local paper as we normally.
So that particular one just only got 1 page for some reason? Okay, fair enough.
Any other questions or for clarification from council? Seeing none, we will move on to the next verbal submission in opposition.
I have Diane's iPad. I'll have to unmute you, and then if you can introduce yourself for the record, please.
Hey, my name is Diane Moran. I'm a resident at Seeding Sands. I have about 4 points I'd like to make. Some of them you've already read in some of the submissions. This is a family place. We've owned it for 34 years. Our kids started up there when they were tiny. Now they are young adults with families of their own. And so it is where we go in the summer. We built a small cabin, and so 2 out of our 3 children have trailers. So of course, they both want to be there, sometimes at different times, but often to overlap, as this is the time that the family can get together. You're putting me in a very difficult position. One of them can stay 3 weeks, the other one can stay 5 days. And so that's going to cause lots of problems in the days ahead if this bylaw isn't passed. The second thing, of course, is just this year with COVID. Are any of you aware of how campgrounds are totally booked up 5 minutes after the reservation system opens? A couple of our kids have tried to go into other areas and it's almost impossible. So even if they come for a few days and want to go somewhere else with their vacation time, there's really very limited at where to go. So this is absolute frustration in these years of pandemic to be saying, okay, everybody go camp somewhere else when they come to Scenic Sands every year. The price of the permits could become quite high. Again, with my kids coming and going, if I'm paying $25 for the first permit, $25 for the 5 day, they leave for 5 days, I pay again when they get back. They leave for 5 days, I pay again. I can see this adding up to $150, $200 every season. And I get the echo what some of the others have said. This just seems like a cash grab when I pay $2,400 in taxes already for my own property. So that's a frustration. The fourth, which is already part of the bylaw, is just, again, I guess I just want to say this winter parking, that we cannot park a trailer on our lots for the winter. I mean, it's my lot. It's empty in the winter. Why I cannot let kids leave their trailers there for somewhere to be when, we're not really using it in the winter. I just don't understand that. It seems again, it's my lot. Why can't I leave a trailer? The idea of registering guests, if that really is a case that you just want numbers of who all is using the lake, I have no problem registering that who's there and when they're there. But to have a fee and a whole bunch of rules and a timeline connected is a great frustration to our family. It's going to cause a lot of problems this summer and every summer as far as I can see. That is all I will say for today. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Diane. Is there any questions from council for clarification to Diane? Councilor Nixon?
Just have a question.
Hello?
Wait, I think.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I had us also muted on Zoom. We're just asking council if there's any questions for you, and Councilor Nixon has a question.
A question to administration. Is that a bylaw that there's no parking of trailers on for winter and Scenic Sands?
And our current bylaw does allow the storage of an RV, provided there is a dwelling on the property. So if she has a home on the property, she can store her RV. The second unit isn't provided for, but the first unit would be already in our existing bylaw.
And that's not changing?
No.
Okay, so if you have a house right now, this doesn't change it. If you have a house, you can store your personally owned all the time at the lake. Okay, fair enough. Just for clarification. Good point.
Okay, I must have misread that.
Thanks, you said it.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to the next call in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
It'll be Al Stevens. I'll ask you to unmute yourself and go ahead, Al. You can introduce yourself to start with.
Good afternoon. My name's Al Stevens, and I'm a resident at Poplar Place in Scenic Sands. I'm one of those individuals that we do not have a home on the lot itself. We strictly use it. We have a travel trailer that we haul up there to use, that we park on a parking pad that I made on the lot. We bought the lot because we did not have a building requirement that forced us to build at the location. So in the last year or so, I've been we've owned it for about 10 years. For the last year or so, we've been dealing with the existing bylaws where we would go up and leave the trailer for no more than 21 days. And then we would haul it back to Calgary, where I live, and I have it into storage here. So the idea of the 21-day permit, I've been working with that for the last year, so no real issue in terms of that. But I certainly see that 21-day permit with the requirement of people having to move their trailers off their lot, RVs off the lot, more of an issue for the rest of the residents in our community as opposed to myself. My biggest issue is around the administrative complexity of going through and obtaining the permit and then making a payment for it. I think that if all of that was available on the website, that would be far preferable than us having to tie up administrative staff at the county to try and take the payments over the phone. You can imagine how many people will be trying to apply for permits and make permits for some of these long weekends for people that are coming up, and how it's going to tie up the staff to make that happen. The permits right now are supposed to be, as I understand it, placed on the RV itself. I would recommend that it would be something other than that, that it should go on the lot sign for the individual unit. That way, enforcement officers would have that information readily available. They would not have to be able to go on site to be able to see that if there's the tree coverage on it. But I think the biggest issue I have is around the whole enforcement. How are we going to get all of the units monitored on an ongoing basis? Are we really talking that the bylaw officers are going to be working every weekend and be out there monitoring the usage of these? If someone complains, if it takes several days for someone to be able to get out from the county to be able to verify that, oh, yeah, we have an issue, the issue may not be there by the time they get out there. So complaints have to be addressed on an immediate basis. And certainly from the comments, the staff reductions and so on from the county, I just don't see how that's feasible, how that's going to really happen. So all I'm seeing is it's going to be a cash grab to get the $25 for the permits for me to go and park my trailer there when I want. And, I'm not seeing any additional service without that enforcement. That's all I got. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Al. From council, is there any questions for clarification? Yes, go ahead, Councilor Nixon.
I have a question to administration again. So I wasn't aware of that. If somebody owned the lot and they had one trailer on there, they were only allowed 21 days on that. Is that the case?
In Scenic Sands, the permission for an RV is only granted once for longer than 21 days if they are constructing a home. So if there is a home under construction, they can use have an RV installed on the lot during that construction period. And then once the home is built, it can be stored on the site. There are no other provisions for RVs in Scenic Sands, with the exception of the 4 lots that were grandfathered in until 2022, December 31st, 2022. 4 lots that do currently have RVs without a home.
Thanks for that clarification, Jacinta.
Any other questions from council? Council Stillberg?
Just another one for clarification through to our administration on the suggestion of having a website where the payments and permits could be done without a phone call. Is our system capable of handling that?
So I could speak to that. It would take some custom development work, and it is sort of in the plan to, at the very least, have something that staff can operate, similar to the fire department program we developed internally. If council adopts the bylaw and adopts the fee bylaw requiring a $25 payment, it's a lot tougher for us to do in-house. So we would have to source that out if we ever wanted to do it as a self-serve system. If there's no fee, but you're still requiring a permit, we could likely build that out this summer, and where it could be a self-service portal online where you got a permit, but the payment processing just isn't something we can do in-house online. So we would have to get a third party in to develop that, and there would be some costs. Yeah, even with e-transfer, because at some point that means, like, even with our utilities and our receivables right now, you do it through your bank or whatever, it basically just puts the money in our account and sends us an email, and then we have to show it in our system as credited against that account. So it still requires, if that payment didn't go through, but you went through the self-service checkout and you got that permit for the weekend and you never sent a payment, well, that's a trick. But if there's no payment, then that's not an issue.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Never.
That was in the discussions, that's what we talked about, is having a very similar setup to our fire permits, where you can look on a map and you can see that there is an authorized spot with a permit and it's set up. I think it's not as complicated as maybe some people are making it out to be.
Yeah, our intent would be, whether it was internal or a self-serve process, that those would be entered digitally so it can be displayed on a map. So if there is a complaint, it can be quickly looked up. If there's inspections, it can be quickly looked up from an officer's phone, or even from or any designated officer's phone. And that would allow you to quickly see when it should be there and what the relevant details are, and contact information if there's some other bylaw issue that we just want to say, hey, we need to get in contact, there's too many vehicles on the street, there's all supposed to be self-contained, just want to call you and let you know. That would be ideal, so that we don't necessarily, the permit number being posted, whether on the unit or the sign, is recommended by a caller. That really helps the public know that, oh, okay, they've done their job. They've got their permit. We don't need to call the county because they've got a trailer there where we trust that they've done their homework.
And I think our fire permit one works very well. I've seen it in action at council level. It's been brought in and done very well. And I think we did that one in-house, to your credit, I think, Andrew.
Thank you.
I have a question through to administration for the fact. I have a question through to administration with when we talk about enforcement or bylaw officers, we're up to 3 again. Yeah, CPOs, and with that, based on the last 2 or 3 years I've witnessed it, they've certainly been available to go out when they need to. And part of this whole process is to understand, almost like fire permits, if they need to go out or not. But if there's too many trailers on a lot, well then, as complaints we've had in the past, they do know they need to go out, so.
Yeah, to speak to enforcement specifically, and this may be getting into a bit of background detail, but the challenge we have with enforcement right now is that we do need to, with the current bylaw, a few callers have spoken to just enforce the existing bylaw. The challenge we have with enforcement right now is that we have to demonstrate that they're out of compliance, and we have to do that fairly reliably. So that means several inspections to demonstrate that somebody is not in compliance, because we have to be able to demonstrably prove that they've been out there for more than 21 days, and during that period had never taken it off for more than 5 days. It's a lot of paperwork. Unfortunately, we go to appeals and court hearings, whether it's a stop order or a fine. It's sort of the same process, that we have to have a trail of evidence that shows that. And so one complaint is actually, at least 5 or 6 inspections. And it's very unlikely to result in successful enforcement if that's the route that needs to take. Versus a permitted system, if there is a permit, the fine is simply for having the RV there without a permit. And the permitting system makes sure that, you've rested for 5 days, you've pulled it off for 5 days, or been checked out for 5 days. So it does actually make enforcement a lot simpler, and that's why this bylaw change was proposed, is because we're not changing any of the rules around what you have to do other than to get a permit so that it can be enforced. Otherwise, yeah, I got to have someone there, every 3 to 4 days taking pictures and demonstrating that RV is there. And if the RV isn't there, we have to be there almost every day to see if it comes back before it's supposed to. It's a bit challenging in that regard. So the permits are meant to say, we know ahead of time that they're there. If there's no permit and there's an RV there, then that's the violation, and that's much easier to demonstrate to a court or an appeal board.
Councilor Nyberg?
And so if I know I'm coming out on the May long weekend, let's say, could I buy the permit ahead of time? And say that, you know, I need the permit for these specific dates. So if, you know, Billy Bob wants to come in and say that, you know, on these 3 dates, these 3 weekends, I'm going to be at the lake, I need a permit for these 3 time periods. They could come in, give us the money, set it up and do that. Or if it is, do it online, they could. So this isn't an immediate setup. This is, the only time that it would be burdensome is if you did plan and you just, somebody showed up out of the blue, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, and it can also be processed on the phone. For example, if on a Thursday you find out that the challenge there is still if it's Friday night and the office is closed, you know, I don't think council would want to be dedicating overtime hours to it. And that's a challenge I think that was brought up in some of the written submissions. But with a self-serve portal, that's either payment accepting that's done by a third party or without payment, that would be, that would eliminate that issue. But again, that doesn't have some inherent costs and staff and time to develop.
Councilor Needs?
So for clarification, because I have a lot of points to bring up, and I don't feel like this is the section yet. When we go through these bylaws, we hear the opposition and for, then we're gonna go back and go through each bylaw again, right? And so if people want to hear what the results of this bylaw is, they need to stay online so that they can hear our further discussion.
Right, so the next step in the procedures for the bylaw is that the development officer would provide clarification to what you've heard at the public hearing. So largely answering many of the questions that have come up, and I believe just since it's prepared for that is the next step. And then we'll complete our last public hearing for the bylaw for the rezoning north of town. And then we'll go back to the beginning bylaws and actually have council debate the bylaws and approve or defeat readings of them.
Okay. Andrew, I don't see any other hands up.
No other hands?
Okay, thank you. And so now I would ask if our development officer has any presentation to give clarification to public hearing for proposed bylaw number 1658-21 to amend land use bylaw to amend recreational vehicle uses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've already discussed why we're proposing the changes to the land use bylaw, but I can just provide a little further clarification on that. So the amendment would assist the County of Statler in monitoring the number of guest RV units present at the lake and to better estimate the summer population. This information will aid in emergency management planning and processes. As well, it would aid in planning for future infrastructure and projects. The amended bylaw would also provide better monitoring of which units have overstayed the allowable timeframe, which is a frequent complaint that has been difficult to manage in the past. The current bylaw provides for the use of 1 or 2 RVs on a property for 21 days, removal for 5, or additional units for 5 days only without a permit. However, these timelines are very difficult for planning and development to monitor, as a requirement to remove for 5 days could mean that a trailer was removed for 5 days and brought back on for another 21 days during the time span that the Planning and Development Department are completing the site inspection cycle. If a temporary permit is issued, the dates that the RV can be on the site will be identified on the permit to assist with monitoring and establishing those timelines. Prior to reinstalling a trailer on the site for an additional 21 days, a new temporary permit would be required. Another frequent question that we've heard is, we have a lot fully developed with a garage and a detached dwelling. Can we still park our RV on the site? And the answer is yes. There's no requirement for a permit to store an RV. We've mentioned that earlier. And does the bylaw apply to all county residents? It does apply to all county residents, all land use districts rather, but the county acts on a complaint basis. The densely populated areas generate more complaints from adjacent landowners regarding multiple RVs on the property, as they have greater potential to negatively impact the peace enjoyment of adjacent properties due to the close proximity of the neighboring land. Nevertheless, there are instances when the provision of the land use bylaw are implemented to address multiple trailers, disturbing the peace and enjoyment of neighboring properties on agricultural land, as was the case a few years ago when a site was determined to be associated with some drug activity. The county obtained a court order to remove the RV units from the quarter section. I'm sure you all recall this was very useful to have in our land use bylaw at that time. But generally, the complaints, as I mentioned, come from smaller, more densely populated areas. So would RV units in an RV park such as Old McDonald's require a temporary permit? The answer to that is no. The proposed amendments pertain specifically to RVs as a dwelling unit on a parcel of land that is not a RV park or campground. A development permit for a RV park or campground issued for the allotted RV stalls. So we identify the amount of stalls when we issue the permit. So it's different than what you would see in a residential subdivision. How many RVs can be on the lot before a permit is required? If a development permit has been issued for a primary RV unit or a dwelling, a second or additional RVs would require a temporary development permit. The second RV would be allowed for 21 days and additional RVs would be allowed for 5. And that's currently in place, except we do not require a permit at this point. How many RVs can we have now compared to the proposed amendments? There are no changes in what is permitted, provided all the vehicles can be accommodated on the lot. So no parking on the street. If you're bringing a boat and a trailer, everything has to be on the lot and not parked on the street. So is an RV permitted on a site without a development permit for 21 days? So if a temporary permit would be required if a development permit has not been issued for a primary RV. For example, in Scenic Sands, as we mentioned, an RV is only permitted when the home is being built on the site for longer than 21 days. Buffalo Lake Meadows, 2 RVs are permitted for a 5-year period. And once a permit has been issued for the 2 RVs, you obtain your permit for 2 RVs and you can have them there for 5 years. In Buffalo Sands, Roshan Sands Heights, and Roshan Sands Estates, 1 RV is permitted per lot, provided a development permit has been issued. With the bylaw 1658-21, a temporary permit will be required for a second or additional RVs if this amendment is approved. Currently, under the land use bylaw, a second RV for 21 days and additional RV for 5 days does not require a development permit. If there is no house on the lot, is the RV considered number 1 with no permit and RV number 2 needs a permit? So in order to install an RV on a property for longer than 21 days, a permit is required in the land use district where RVs are listed as a use. And we've done to that. So the second unit would then require the 21-day temporary permit. So how is the county going to monitor the whole county for compliance? Well, the county acts on a complaint basis in most circumstances. Consequently, in smaller, densely populated areas, multiple units on a property generate more complaints than, for example, several RVs on a quarter section of land for occasional events. And how can I obtain the temporary permit? Well, we intend to have an application on the county's website. And our understanding would be that if the application is completed and submitted, it would be deemed an interim permit until we are able to issue the permit on the next workday. And in the future, as we discussed, we are hoping to implement a self-generated permitting system, something like we've discussed. Some of the other questions that were brought up today, and I just maybe some of the suggestions was that the community associations would educate their committee members on enforcement matters. That's something we could work with towards achieving this. But the monitoring is what we have an issue with when we don't have the timelines that are submitted. So we need to get some type of system that we can determine those timelines. Another, I guess this, a question was brought up about the 15 years for RV. And that is already in our land use bylaw. There's no proposed changes there. The 15 years is the maximum for when the RV is installed on the property. So if you're bringing in a new RV, we currently don't monitor the age of an existing RV unless there's complaints about being on site late, and we do those situations. And yeah, I'm just trying to go through some of. And with the suggestion of installing a sign on the lot, that would be something that would be working well for the larger properties. In the smaller, more densely populated subdivisions, we thought that the window signs would work better because there's probably multiple units at one time. So just to have them, available to reach out. I think that summarizes, and I think unless there's other concerns that haven't addressed. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacinda. Are there questions of clarification from council? Looks good. No questions? We will now move on to the proposed bylaw number 1659-21 to amend land use bylaw to rezone the northwest quarter section of 93919 west of the 4th from agriculture to industrial. So I will call for any written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did not receive any letters of support prior to our May 10th deadline for written submissions.
Thank you, Jacinda. I will now call for any written submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
We did receive one letter in opposition. It is on page 35 of your package that was distributed and posted on our website as a bylaw or public hearing today.
Okay. So we need to read that in.
No, we'll be doing the same thing as the last bylaw. If you've all had a chance to read it already, which I believe all of you have, I think we should just read the name into the.
Yes.
That's all I was meaning. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So we received a letter of opposition on May the 7th from Greg Martin and Cindy Wakefield.
Thank you, Jacinda. I will now call for any verbal submissions in support of the proposed bylaw number 1659-21 to rezone the northwest of 93919 West 4 from agriculture to industrial. And to indicate that you have a verbal submission in support of the proposed bylaw, please choose raise hand or press *9 on your phone now.
So we do have a couple. We'll start with representatives from BioBoard. I'll ask to unmute you, and if you can introduce yourself. Oh, this is for. Okay. So representative from BioBoard, and we'll ask to unmute you. Introduce yourself, and then you'll have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. Hopefully you can all hear me okay?
You betcha.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of our application to get rezoning done on this particular property. And I want to start by letting everyone know, of course, that for specific details in what we're going to be doing, we have to go through a similar process, I understand, for development permits. So for today, I'm going to focus on some of the positive benefits that we can do and a brief discussion of some of the mitigating factors that we will impose upon ourselves to address any concerns as they raise within our development permit so that people can come back and take a look at what we're doing at each phase.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, could you ask the Could you ask the speaker to introduce himself?
Yeah, George, please.
Sorry, George Clark, CEO, Alberta Bioboard.
Okay, now continue, please, George.
Thanks. So bottom line is, there's quite a few positive impacts in us being able to pursue development on this property once it is rezoned. Primarily, we are looking to provide construction and permanent jobs. Even a construction phase, close to 3 years of construction to get all the way through all 3 phases. So that's a fair amount of work for Stettler and area residents and other Albertans. Another thing that we know will come as we go through each stage, and I should just mention, the first stage is going to be our pellet plant. It's going to be a capital investment of close to $40 million into the region. Most of that expenditure right here in East Central Alberta, and most of that expenditure completed by end of year. Our second phase, we're looking to ultimately go to a cogen plant with a approximately $120 million investment. And then the third phase, we're hoping to do a $700+ million MDF plant. So in all, we're well over $800 million coming into the Stettler region, and we believe that that will spin off a significant amount of other add-on projects, value-add projects to the products that we'll ultimately be producing. So there's going to be income, not just for all of the construction workers and the permanent workers, but also for regional agriculture producers, whether they produce flax, canola, wheat straw. Ultimately, we'll be looking to purchase straw from them on a rotational basis. We think by doing things in phases, the way we're planning, that we're going to be able to develop growth for both the town and the county councils, so that the impacts of increasing number of workers and people wanting housing and schooling and everything else, we have time to get it structured and put in place. It's not being dumped on the county or the town all at once, which would be a tremendous impact on resources. As I mentioned, each phase will have a detailed development permit application, and it will describe in detail all the different types of mitigation that we're considering doing on our proposed projects, such as we won't have any outdoor storage on this quarter. All of our unloading of supplies will be happening inside buildings, so there's not going to be dust, noise, anything. We're not even going to have dust possibility on our site, because when we do the ultimate land development, we're going to pave everything that we're going, our road and our site. So we're not going to be working in gravel or dust, moving around, no backup beep alarms, no annoying lights at night. So we think we can mitigate most factors in all 3 of our phases. The bigger thing that we're looking at is for Stettler residents, children and grandchildren are all going to have more opportunities to stay within the Stettler region if they wish. And that's going to keep extended families together. I think that's positive for the community spirit that we've witnessed so far in Stettler. We've been approaching this for close to 5 months now. We looked at every possible site. All of them ended up getting eliminated, except for this one that we're on. And when we looked at, okay, if we don't go here, where can we go? And we came up with a list of better options in conjunction with our primary investors at this point. And what we discovered quickly was, if we don't build here, we quite possibly will build overseas first. The same as they've done in China in a similar type of plant using this technology that was developed within Alberta.
George, your 5 minutes is up, so can you wrap up in the next 25 seconds or so?
Yeah, sure. We will do everything possible. Any concerns that come forward, we'll take under advisement and we'll bend over backwards to try and mitigate them, no matter what comes up, what concerns are raised. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Is there any questions, clarification from council? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next presenter. our next 4 submissions in support.
Okay, we got named Kelly on the screen. I'll ask to unmute you. And then if you can start by introducing yourself, and then you'll have 5 minutes to present.
Good day, everybody. It's Kelly Hicks from Stettler Dodge. I realize my business is not located in the county, but approximately 45% of my staff live and reside in the county, and obviously my business serves not only the town, but the county residents as well. So this type of development is very concerned of mine. Looking at the benefits of this moving in, obviously it would be developing a business that uses a renewable resource, would provide numerous employment opportunities throughout the phases as they go. To me, development has been a huge factor in the growth of this country. This project would be very positive. Responsible development, that's why we have the council and the county employees to ensure that protocols and proper process is followed. To me, I trust that the county council and the county staff are fully capable of ensuring that this development would follow all requirements, be done in a professional manner with minimal disturbances outside the rules. The other positive I see from presentations I've seen from BioBoard, they are not asking for tax concessions or any support from there that would come out of the pockets of the county residents. There actually would be a huge contributor, I think, to our tax base with this development, and I think that's a very positive for the council. But just wanted to confirm and throw my support that I see this as nothing but a positive. Trust council and staff will ensure that it's done properly, and the community will benefit for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Is there any questions of clarification from council? Seeing none, Andrew will move to the next presenter.
Okay, the next presenter I have on deck is Brandy. I'll ask you to unmute yourself. And if you can introduce yourself, then you'll have 5 minutes to present. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brandy Page. Like Kelly, I am a resident of town and a business operator here. However, I do live on the edge of town that is directly in line with where this is going to be built. And, I've had a lot of opportunity to spend time with the BioBoard committee, and I'm in full support. Already it's a major truck route over there. Already there's major railway over there. I don't feel that this is going to impact us in any negative way whatsoever. All I can see is the positives. This is going to increase the value of our community, town and county alike. This is going to increase taxes coming into the county, which is going to help with better development in that area. This is going to help increase businesses. This is a very trying time. There's a lot of businesses that have had to close. What this BioBoard is going to do is going to generate that revenue back into our community as a whole. A lot of these business operators are going to be able to start up their businesses again. It's going to create more tourism with them wanting to continue that line out to Donalda, working with East Central Heritage down the road. That's going to bring Donalda back on the map. I am in full support of everything they're doing. I've seen where they're going to be building it. I've seen how it operates. They are well within their parameters. They've taken note of the noise pollution. They've taken note of where the roads are coming and going. I don't see anywhere that it's going to cause any more disruption than there already is. It's not going to be coming into town. It's not even going to be coming close to town. That's really all I want to say is I fully support what they're doing, and I hope that the rest of the committee does too.
Thank you, Brandy. Is there any questions of clarification from council? Seeing none, Andrew, we can move to the next person in support.
Thank you. Next up will be Dallas Pybus. I'll ask you to unmute yourself, and if you can introduce who you are, and then you'll have 5 minutes to present. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
You bet.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Dallas Pipus, owner of North Star Trucking in Stettler. Thanks for letting me speak today. I just first of all would like to say that Stettler and area have lost a lot of jobs due to the slowdown in oil and gas. So any investment, especially one this size, is going to create a lot of good jobs, not just during construction, but permanent jobs. It's going to be a huge impact on the town of Stettler during construction and after. You look back a year ago when G3 was in full swing and IPL, I mean, you couldn't get a hotel room, the restaurants were busy, the gas stations were busy, all the campgrounds were full. And another thing is if we do this project, if you guys can get it through and they can do it, is it shows other investors that we're open for business here. I've watched a lot of council meetings and seen a lot of advertisements, you know, we want you to come build in Stettler and different things, and we've lost lots of different projects for one reason or another. But if we can get something like this to go ahead, it just shows that as a Stettler community, we're open for business. And I think that's good. If we attract something this big, other investors will maybe look. It's a great location, Stettler is, right? So I'm just in favor of it. I think it'll not only be good for a business like mine, but lots and lots of small businesses and bigger businesses in Stettler. Thank you.
Thank you, Dallas. Are there any questions of clarification from council? Seeing none, do we have no other hands up in support? Andrew?
I see one more. It's raised from phone number. I'll ask to unmute you. You get a little message, and then you press *6 to unmute, and then please introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. It is Darren Benson. I just want to express my full support for Alberta Bio Board and the project on the docket right now. Just an increase in the tax revenue alone from Alberta Bio Board would be a complete game changer for the county. And, you know, we've seen it for years where the county is losing tax revenues from oil companies that aren't paying, and ratepayers are kind of upset with the diminishing road qualities and things just because the budget's not there. We understand that, but here's an opportunity to drastically change the bottom line of the county and bring some of those services and to the ratepayers. So I would love to see this project go forward. I would love to see an increase in, well, obviously the jobs, but an influx of new people into the community. It's going to be great for small businesses, great for restaurants, hotels, absolutely everybody. It's just all positive, and the negatives are so minuscule compared to the positives. And I think everyone who spoke up in support of this had all very good points, and I fully support it. So thank you for taking my time.
Thank you, Darren. Is there any questions of clarification from council? Okay, do we have any other hands up in support, Andrew?
See nobody else on the queue. I've got lots of time for you to jump on, so.
Okay. So now we will call for any verbal submissions in opposition.
Yeah, sorry, we were muted on Zoom. The callers didn't hear that, so sorry.
Okay, yes, we had no other hands up for present verbal submissions in support. We were now moving to verbal submissions in opposition to proposed bylaw 1659-21 to rezone the northwest of 93919 West 4 from agriculture to industrial. To indicate you have a verbal submission in opposition to the proposed bylaw, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone now. Andrew will monitor.
Yeah, I see nothing yet. Again, that's if you're on Zoom on your phone and you're in opposition, press *9 to raise your hand. Otherwise, press the raise hand button in Zoom. Seeing lots of participants just dropping off the call, so I'm assuming nothing.
Okay, so I would now ask if our development officer has any presentation to give clarification to the public hearing for proposed bylaw 1659-21 to rezone northwest of 3919 West 4 from agriculture to industrial.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't have any presentation. It's just to clarify that this bylaw is to rezone the property. It's not for the actual development. We haven't seen the development permit application to date. So this application that you're considering today is the rezoning of the land from agricultural to industrial.
Thank you, Jacinda. Any questions from clarification from Councillor Nyberg?
The information that we received via the email letter that came in, they gave us a 2-page kind of dossier. Was that information from BioBoard, or where was it verified from? There was some information there that isn't necessarily what I'm hearing. I'm just wondering where that information, if you were able to verify it, or what?
So you're referring to the letter of objection that we received? No, I haven't verified it, and it was from the, it was attached to the letter of objection, right?
Yeah,
So,
it is an attachment. There was a 2-page attachment, and I was a little bit, I mean, I don't know if it was anybody can put anything out there. I'm just trying to verify the information that was in it, and I don't know if you guys did that.
we haven't.
Okay. No, and I just wondered if it was actually from BioBoard, or, from somewhere else that they got that information.
From what I recall, it was some other plans that were established in other areas.
That's what I thought it was too, so it's hard to compare, so, yeah, fair enough.
Okay, any other questions from council for clarification? So is that it for submissions under?
Yes, I do have a hand up from BioBoard again, but I presume that is in response to the question here. And just a reminder that the public hearing is for council to hear from the public and not to have debate amongst participants or back and forth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Jacinda. Seeing no other submissions or questions, I will now declare the public portion of the public hearing closed at 2:33. Thank you. Okay. Then we will move to bylaws, section 10 of our package. And for
Skip the fee bylaw and go straight to the one. We'll do the fee bylaw.
What the murder of Jasmine County?
Yep, you can go straight there. So page 66.
Okay, we will move to 10.2, bylaw 1656-21, to amend the land use bylaw, merger of Gadsby and county land use bylaw for second and third readings, page 66 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, as you know, the village of Gadsby was dissolved and became a hamlet within the county on February 1st, 2020. As such, the majority of the bylaws and our resolutions governing the former village of Gadsby were repealed because the county either had a bylaw that addressed the same subject matter or the bylaw became irrelevant. One exception to that was the repealing of the land use bylaw, which has remained in place until such time as the land use regulations could be reviewed and incorporated into the County of Stettler land use bylaw. The Planning Services Department has reviewed the Village of Gadsby land use bylaw for compatibility with the current provisions of the County of Stettler land use bylaw, and it has been determined that the majority of the Gadsby land use bylaw aligns reasonably well with the county bylaw. However, there are several amendments required in order to fully integrate the two land use bylaws. A site tour of Gadsby was conducted to determine the existing uses and infrastructure developed on each parcel to identify compatible land use districts within the county. The majority of the parcels within Gadsby currently fall within the residential district and the general village district, with approximately an equal number of parcels in each district. There are also two small pockets of land within the commercial district and a single parcel, which is the railway, within the industrial district. It is proposed that the majority of the parcels within the hamlet of Gadsby be rezoned to the hamlet residential district, with small pockets of hamlet commercial, hamlet industrial, and public service land use districts within the bylaw. The current public health restrictions in place presents significant challenges to conducting meaningful public consultation, and to that end, a document outlining the proposed amendments was sent to all landowners within the hamlet. No comments were received in response. So in that light, we are recommending that council give second and third reading to bylaw 1656-21.
Councillor Nixon?
I'll move second reading.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon, for moving second reading. Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Stolberg?
I will move third reading.
Is there any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. So that's bylaw 1656-21 for words of Gadsby and county land use bylaws. Bylaw 1657-21 to amend land use bylaw to add motel, hotel, hostel, special dwelling unit as discretionary uses to the recreational facility district. For second and third readings, page 73 of the package.
Bylaw 1657-21 would provide for an amendment to section 108.3 of the land use bylaw 1443-10 as amended to include motel, hotel, and special dwelling unit types as discretionary uses within the recreational facility land use districts. Land use bylaw 1443-10 as amended provide the following definition for the proposed uses pursuant to section 8. And use and building definitions. Motel means a development for the provision of rooms or suites for short-term tourists, business or recreational lodging or light housekeeping, where each room or suite has its own exterior access. It may include accessory food and beverage service facilities. Hotel means a development used for the provisions of rooms or suites for short-term tourists, business or for recreational purposes. Access from a common interior corridor and may be equipped with individual kitchen facilities and may include accessory food and beverage service facilities, meeting rooms, personal service shops, and general retail shops. A special dwelling unit type means a yurt or similar type and quality of canvas covered structure or other specialized structure that is not a detached dwelling, a duplex, a manufactured home, a recreational vehicle, or a recreational vehicle park model, or any other dwelling unit type listed elsewhere in the bylaws. A special dwelling unit type shall comply with all the applicable development regulations listed in this bylaw. It is the responsibility of the landowner to ensure that the special dwelling unit type complies with the Alberta Safety Code Act. Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Plan and the Buffalo Lake South Shore Intermunicipal Development Plan identifies a maximum allocation of approximately 2,900 future development units for the County of Stettler's Grove node. The document includes any hotel room, motel room, lodge room, or boarding room as development units. So this is we've circulated it and to all the Buffalo Lake residents and any land use zoned recreational facility. And it was also forwarded to the Buffalo Lake IDP members. And we received a letter of no objection. I should have done at the hearing, but from Camrose County.
Thank you, Jacinda. Councilor Nyberg?
I'll give
Do you have a second reading?
I'll give you a motion for second reading.
Any questions or concerns?
Doesn't give us an option not to turn it down.
All in favor? Councilor Grover?
Third reading.
Any questions, comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay. 10.4, bylaw 1568-21
To amend land use bylaw to amend recreation vehicle uses for second and third readings, page 77 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So bylaw 165821 would provide for an amendment to section 76 of the land use bylaw 144310. Provide for the temporary use of recreational vehicles within the various land use districts through a temporary development permit. The Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan and the Buffalo Lake South Shore Intermunicipal Development Plan identifies a maximum allocation of approximately 2,900 future development units for the County of Stettler's Grove Node. The proposed amendment to provide for the temporary use of recreational vehicles on a property will not affect allowable development units identified for the County of Stettler pursuant to section 1.7 of the Buffalo Lake IDP. We can go through the amendments so that we're clear as what's being proposed. Section 76.1 would be amended by inserting the following text. And the text is shown in red on your package. So any lot developed or vacant in any land use district or a recreational vehicle, including one that is parked or stored on a lot pursuant to section 75.2, may be used as a dwelling unit for a period not exceeding 21 consecutive days, at the expiry of which it must be removed from the property for a minimum of 5 consecutive days. Pursuant to section 25.1, a temporary development permit is required for such use. This includes a recreational vehicle owned and or used by short-term guests of the landowner or dwelling unit occupant. So example, long weekend guests subject to parking for any and all towing vehicles and any associated trailers for a boat or ATV or skidoo being accommodated on the subject parcel of land. That further, section 76.2 be amended by inserting the following text as shown in red font. A maximum of 2 recreational vehicles may be used pursuant to section, and this is 7.0, upon issuance of a temporary development permit. Additional recreational vehicles may be used for the purpose for a maximum of 5 consecutive days and only with the issuance of a temporary development permit. For each additional recreational vehicle, a temporary permit and tag for placement into a recreational vehicle in a location visible from the street, stating the dates that it will be parked on the lot, must be obtained from the development officer. The use of a recreational vehicle as a dwelling unit for a period exceeding 21 consecutive days is allowed only if a recreational vehicle is listed as a use in the land use district for the subject parcel and a development permit for such use has been issued by the development authority pursuant to the regulation of that district. In addition to the regulations for recreational vehicles in a specific land use district, the following regulations apply to the use of a recreational vehicle as a dwelling unit. The development authority shall be satisfied that the design, finish, and appearance of a building, including a recreational vehicle, are compatible with the amenities and character of existing development in the surrounding area. A recreational vehicle shall be no more than 15 years old at the time of applying for a development permit to use it as a dwelling unit. If the recreational vehicle is older than 15 years, photographs of the recreational vehicle to be placed on the lot shall be submitted with the development permit application to the development officer's satisfaction. And the application may be denied on it or a condition imposed to require its upgrading if the condition of the recreational vehicle is not to the satisfaction of the development authority. Only one recreational vehicle per lot may be used as a dwelling unit pursuant to section except in Buffalo Lake Meadows. I won't refer to the sections because we'd have to go back to the bylaw. Where despite anything to the contrary in this land use bylaw, a maximum of 2 recreational vehicles per lot may be allowed at the discretion of the development authority. Only one development permit may be issued for a principal building that is a dwelling unit, either for a recreational vehicle or a detached dwelling. A recreational vehicle includes a recreational vehicle park model trailer, but does not include a recreational vehicle park model recreational unit. also called a cottage model. A recreational vehicle used as a dwelling unit is a building, and all regulations specified in this district for a building also apply to a recreational vehicle unless stated otherwise. In the Ocean Sands Heights Scenic Sands, on the lot specified in Buffalo Lake Meadows subdivision, additions to a recreational vehicle shall be limited to a ground level deck. Although being a discretionary use in the Ocean Sands Heights Scenic Sands on lots specified and Buffalo Lake Meadows subdivision, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this bylaw, the development officer may issue a development permit for the use of a recreational vehicle as a dwelling unit, but shall refer the application to the Municipal Planning Commission if the development officer recommends refusal of the development permit or for any other reason that the development officer deems it necessary. When a development officer issues a development permit for the use of a recreational vehicle as a dwelling unit, an appeal period for affected landowners shall apply. The landowners of a parcel of land on which a recreational vehicle is illegally stored or is placed to be used as a dwelling unit without the benefit of a development permit, or on which a recreational vehicle was legally placed to be used as a dwelling unit with the benefit of a time-limited development permit which has expired, may be liable to a fine or penalty pursuant to section 38.1 provided for in the county's fee bylaw. So this is coming to you further as well. The schedule does identify a temporary development permit fee of $25.
Chairman, beside you.
Steve Cassidy.
Chairman, if it would make it more acceptable, I think administration would recommend that we waive the $25 fee and for this year and try to get people to comply by getting hold of us and letting us know that they have the units going out there so that we have some way of tracking them, if that helps at all with your decision.
Councilor Neitz.
I was gonna ask if we maybe put a pause on it, 'cause I know camping has already started and we don't have the system ready yet to even track the development permits, even if they wanted to apply yet. If we put a pause on it, that gives our administration time to figure things out. It gives us time to talk to residents up there, because we heard a lot of people today who are not for this, but they do want to communicate with us. And so that gives us time to educate on the current bylaw. I got many phone calls and some didn't even understand our current bylaw. So that gives us time to educate. I think it gives us time to go out and trying to do some enforcement and just try and work together. The $25 permit fee, I think, was really causing a lot of concern. And so, I don't know, I would like to put a pause on it to give everybody time to sit down and talk.
Councilor Lambert, did you have your hand?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We've heard a lot, and I've read a lot. We've worked for a very long time on this with the community associations. We've sent out letters to them, trying to get everybody online. Last year, I think we did that. We've heard multiple complaints. I think we've had one gentleman in here 3 or 4 times. He even phoned Jacinta maybe on a weekend because he was losing it. Ended up selling his house. I don't know if that was the real reason, but he did say that if we didn't get our poop and a scoop, he was going to sell his house, and he did. I get the frustration up there. I'm not so sure that $25 is a cash grab. I see it as a cost recovery situation where we're doing this. $25, and how many days is it gonna?
You want 21 for the first, second unit rather, and 5 days for the.
Right, so I mean, on your second unit, which That's what we're trying to do up here. We don't want this to become a campsite. That's for somewhere else. This is a community to be built with houses and homes. If you want to bring a second trailer up and park it on there for 21 days, it's almost $1 a day. I'm not so sure that's such a hardship. If you're in Calgary, you're probably paying a lot more for a cup of coffee. I'm just saying. If you were already got a house built and you have your holiday trailer parked beside you, I don't think it's a big issue. It's supposed to be there. That's part of your living establishment. I get it. If people have those trailers, they have them. I'm not sure if we want to put this on pause because of the simple fact we've been fighting for this for a long time, and the frustration from administration has been overwhelming. I sat in here and I can't remember how many times we looked at pictures of multiple lots that had, at one point there was 6 RVs and then everybody's vehicle was parked onto the street. That's not what this is meant to be up there. And I get the guy that's got a house that's built, a 3,000 square foot house, and he was building in a premier area and now he has to look at a campsite. I get it. We heard that complaint about Paradise Shores. They didn't want to look at a campsite. I get it. This is where we're trying to do something to fix this. And I'm fully in favor of doing it. We don't have to enforce. We put lots of bylaws in place that we educate first. I'm not expecting our peace officers to go out there and throw down the gauntlet and start ticketing everybody. What I expect them to do is go out and say, okay, you need to get a permit, get her done. You're not allowed to have 5 campers here. Move it off and get a permit for the second one. I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
I'm just looking for some clarification on these. If you have the first, just for clarification, okay, on the first RV that is put on the lot, there's no charge they can stay for any length of time?
You have to obtain a development permit for, they're all, the zonings are different in each subdivision, but so Buffalo Sands, you can take out your permit there's no time limit. So you can have a permit for the first RV for $100, and that's good for it's unlimited. In Buffalo Lake Meadows, you can take out your permit for 2 RVs, and the permit would be valid for 5 years. In Buffalo Ocean Sands Heights, the permit, and those are resort residential community service, Buffalo Ocean Sands Heights, formerly Buffalo View Estates. You take out your permit for 1 RV for 2 years. So these permits the amendments would be for the second unit. And also in Scenic Sands, as I mentioned earlier, the only time that we can issue a permit for an RV longer than 21 days is when there is a home being constructed on the site. And then also there's this Ocean Sands Estates. It's a country residence recreational district. There is also a provision for 1 RV. And again, there's no time limit on the amount of time that the first RV could be on the site.
I guess the one question was an individual from Calgary, he was saying he was taking out a permit for 21 days. It almost seemed like he was the only one on there, but he had to remove it. So this refers to that the first dwelling unit is non-classified. These are going to be put onto the second, third, that sort of thing then.
Well, with the exception.
Development permit for the first.
Oh, is it? Okay.
You have to go through that process of getting a development permit for the first RV that you have on your site.
Okay.
And I think in that particular case, if he got a development permit for $100, he's good to go, right, in that area? I can't remember exactly.
Phoenix Sands.
Yeah, the caller was actually from Scenic Sands.
So he did not have the option first.
He does not have an option to get a permit
My apologies. I thought he was.
for temporary permits.
Council Needs and then Councilor.
Well, the $25, I'm thinking about the ones that are coming in and they're staying one night. They decide Saturday that they're gonna go up there Saturday night and stay there Sunday. So you're getting a lot of those. That's onerous on us and on them. And then I feel like it is turning into a campground when we're doing that. And so it's, it's the 1 night stays, 2 night stays, and you're trying to get permits and you pay $25 each time. That does add up.
Yeah, and there's no provision for just a short period. It's only applicable for the third unit in our current bylaw. So that's something that may be addressed in future amendments. This bylaw was just basically following the same provisions that were there with the requirement that you obtain a temporary permit for those time periods.
Councilor Nixon?
Chairman, a couple of things that I can see. It's going to be an enforcement nightmare because just the way it is, if you're going to try and keep track of this, we're going to drive enforcement crazy over the busy summer days, especially if we get too many complaints. And I guess another thing that Councillor Gender mentioned, the fellow from Scenic Sands there that can stay there for 21 days and has to pull his trailer back to Calgary. That seems like it's not a very good setup, but perhaps he could appeal maybe to the condo association, whatever their association is at the Scenic Sands, and maybe correct that somehow. But another thing that I meant to say to start with, but I want to thank, if anybody's listening that was on there before, for the respectful presentations that we got today. It sure makes a difference to councillors if you can hear something presented in a respectful way. It's sure easier for us to intake. Thank you.
Councilor Member?
I think enforcement right now is already a nightmare. Sorry, we're in a nightmare situation. Like that's the frustration that we're having, Mr. Nixon, is that no, I don't think we are. I think we're going to clear it up because of the simple fact is the rules are pretty straightforward. Right now, they are gaming it. And not everybody, but people are gaming it. They move in there and they drop off their holiday trailers and there's 6 of them there and they're gaming the system because they know that there's no repercussion. The only repercussion we have to is go with a stop work order. By the time we get a stop work order, they're already gone. This makes it very clear. Get a permit, have it there and park it. We're not hindering. The guy with 21 days, nothing's changed for him. Has it? This bylaw hasn't changed he is still in the same boat he was before we passed this bylaw. He
didn't require a temporary permit.
Yeah.
Does not at this point, yeah.
I mean, other than that, right, I mean, at least he knows that now he is compliant. They drive by, we'll even look on the computer. We won't be able to have it. I don't necessarily see that this is a bad thing for a nightmare for our officers. I think it makes it very clear. You pull up and there's 6 holiday trailers, we get a complaint. You 3 don't have tags, you 2 do. Bob's your uncle. It's pretty simple. I think it will clear this up. That's my opinion on it. I'm willing to give it a try because you know what? Keep doing the same thing over and over again is the definition of sanity. And there's a lot of that going over and over doing the same thing up there.
Councilor Needs?
I have people ask me, what are the other communities around the lake doing? And White Sands, they currently charge $300 per year for each RV unit, and they allow 2 on there. So that would be $600 if they had 2. But they have been told that they're going to amend that bylaw, and they're going down to 1 RV. And the second one for 30 days, and then remove for 10 days, because they have found when they actually have somebody up there monitoring it every single week. And if you don't happen to get that one day and then you come back the next day, 5 days or 7 days later, it is still hard to track. So they're putting it off for 10 days and they allow up to 4 RVs 3 times a year for a maximum of 5 days each. And how they get their permits is they email to notify the Summer Village that they have those extra RVs, and then they pay the inspector to inspect each lot once a week during the summer. And she'll monitor from April through October, and she uses the lot sign numbers to track. Now with the new mooring policy coming through, they're going to be using her for that. But that's another issue for us to be talking about is this new disturbance standard that the government's put out for the mooring policy. That's why I'm asking for a pause too, because we could maybe put that into there too, because I don't see how we could physically, the government put this off so late that I don't see how we can physically monitor all the boat lifts and the docks. And then the government's definition of a back lot owner or front lot owner. So that's another thing that the county's going to have to tackle. And that's a lot of red tape now put onto the municipalities and taken away from the government. Lacombe, for their bylaw, they have They have a different kind of thing going on out there. It's a recreational vehicle resort. They have it under there. And they have one RV, one park model, and they have the 14 days. If they don't get compliance, what they do is the landlord gets a letter. If they don't have compliance the second time, they get a second letter, and then the third time they do the stop work order. So that's a lot more owners for there. Camrose, but they don't have issues here at Buffalo Lake because there isn't really any houses, right? Camrose County, they really crack down on more than one RV. They have peace officers. They go under the noise disturbance, and that's how they fine. They ask them nicely under complaints. They do have the stop work order and a fine. And the land use bylaw for non-compliance for that is $200 for first offense, or up to $500. And they give them 24 to 48 hours to get off the property. And they found that peer pressure amongst community members seems to work really good. And every weekend they go down and they heavily patrol on the Camrose side. Roshan Sands, they have one RV allowed, and they go with setbacks, and they have to get permits for the sewage disposal. 2 RVs is a 30-day, and then they have to get development authority permission for sewage disposal. And then more than 2 has to have a permit from the development authority with specifics on lengths of days not exceeding 5 days, and they still have to meet setbacks, and everything has to be on the property. So those are just around the lake, some of the things that our other municipalities do, and something to think about.
Thank you, Councilor Grover, and then Councilor Gender, and then Councilor Nixon.
I'll do the second reading on this when you get around to it and get everybody's information put into it. Yeah, I haven't parked it for $25 at night, well, for one night for 5 or 6 years. It's always not much time. But I think it would be a deterrent, so there'd be a little piece of the lake too.
Councilor Gender?
I just find, like, I'm just kind of trying to understand this one individual from Scenic Sands that parks his trailer for 21 days and hauls it off. I'm not really sure if he's really getting it right. So I'm just kind of wondering, being that he's very respectful, whether we can send out a note to him saying, okay, if he gets a development permit for $100, like, he can park it there.
Not in that area.
Not in that area.
City Fans wants you to build a cabin or a house, and you're allowed to have an RV there.
That's why they had that. That's, and if you remember, Mr. Gender, that's where I think we grandfathered 3 in, 4 of them in. And that was a pretty big issue because it was kind of a divisive issue between even neighbors. Like, they said, well, why can't you? And now that's a community risen situation. I think for the most part, they're pretty good with that, actually, and they're okay with it. They want you to build a cabin.
Bad that we have different rules, different areas.
That's everybody got developed at a different time. They were all developed at once, it'd been a different story, but that's how building out development works.
Councilor Nixon?
I'd like to propose an amendment that the fee be waived for this year, not the penalty, just the fee.
That's actually in a different bylaw that they follow. So that this is why we held off on the fee bylaw until after this bylaw. So that amendment is something you would want to make for second reading on our fee bylaw after we deal with this.
Okay. We have a motion for second reading at the table. Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Is that Dave that gave second reading?
Yes. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Neitz and Councilor Nixon opposed.
I'll give you third reading, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions or comments? Councilor Gender?
How can we go to third reading, like, when we're looking at a proposal for dropping fee or third reading?
They're 2 separate bylaws.
Sorry, that was my mistake.
No, the bylaw, the fees are set in a different bylaw altogether. So.
Which we're going to be talking about after this. Okay, any other questions, comments? Councilor Neitz?
I just want to reiterate that my comment was to pause, not to totally get rid of this. I want to continue to have the conversation. I just want to pause.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Third reading, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Neitz and Councilor Nixon opposed.
Carried. Would probably be appropriate just to move to the fee bylaw.
So, yeah, we'll move to, we have other people waiting.
Yeah.
I guess fee bylaw was first though.
And they are waiting, and I think people from this last bylaw will still want to know the result of the fee bylaw as to whether that $25 will be set at $25 or not.
Hey, it is, 10.1 bylaw, 1638-20 fee bylaw for second and third reading, page 52 of our package.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I brought the fee bylaw back yet again for council's approval. Instituted much of what I've heard you talk about. The ASB changes were made and approved by the ASB board. We've got some water and sewer amendments, some administration amendments, and I also tackled the fee for heavy loads and put in it only during road ban season or a road that has been permanently banned. And of course, we also, under planning and development, have added the tag in for $25 for this fee.
Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully just go with we have a proposal, we know from Mr. Nixon to remove the $25 fee, but if you did a quick straw poll, you would see whether or not he has to bring that amendment forward.
I kind of want to speak to that though.
Okay.
I guess one of the reasons is it's pretty hard to build a new house right now because of the price of lumber, particularly the price of any building materials. So, you know, and again, I'm thinking of the fellow at Scenic Sands, but maybe he has no intent of building, but I don't know. I'm just thinking of that because it's pretty formidable if you're looking at building a new house or dwelling to comply with your trailer being on the lot right at this time. So I don't know. And with COVID and everything else, I think it's probably a gesture on our part to waive the fee for this year. Thank you.
Councilor Junior, you had your hand up.
I just want to speak to you about the road inspection. Again, greatly appreciate the city of Cassidy you brought forward. Speak about the road inspections. I greatly appreciate what CAO Cassidy.
Yeah.
Hopefully the community should start. Again, you want to answer? Right.
I liked it better before. You like the muzzle? The road inspections, thank you very much to CEO Cassidy about working with, say, like the road bans. But I've done a little bit more research, say, like on what these permits should be really requiring it. There are two types of permits that are required within, say, like the road system. One is like your legal roads, and any non-divisible load has to be restricted to 100%. If it is a non-divisible, what they do is they allow you over the course of the year. There's a band, there's a semi-band, and then it progresses every about 3 months that you can eventually haul what they do allow on any Alberta roads with permits that you can haul an extended amount. But you have to go through road data in order to accommodate this. And a non-divisible load means that you cannot reasonably divide it and then have like hauled in down. If you're going to haul hogs, no, you cannot put another hog on, you're going to be overloaded. That's a divisible load. So, and a lot of this relies strictly on heavy equipment to be able to haul into, so that you're not creating a lot of inconvenience for piecing a load together when they get there. So like what they do is in the ban season, they will have, say, like you can haul 100%. Then it goes past ban from about mid-June to mid-July. they can gradually add on another, say, 5, 10, 15%, whatever, as they see that the roads progressively go. So with this additional fee that we are charging for road inspections, I find that if you've got multiple loads, say if it's going to be a rig move, generally if you're going to be hauling a piece of equipment in, you might haul in 1, maybe 2 at the most, something like that. So I would like to be able to see this road inspection be waived on these parts. I have talked to truckers from within other counties. The county of Lacombe do charge a flat fee of $50. The county of Red Deer and Lacombe do not charge any road inspections. They just go with your road data. The county of south of us used to charge $400 in and out until one oil company had heard about this. They were going to donate $250,000 to the county. As soon as they found that out, they're not donating anymore. So I find this is one where we are double dipping on it. With road bans, they're already paying the fees on it. We should be waiving this road inspection fees and going with, as long as the truckers for non-divisible loads have their axle band weights within those requirements, there should not be any road inspection fee on it.
Thank you. Other comments? On our fee bylaw, it's covering a lot of different things, so we're bouncing kind of where we're at here. We've had comments as far as the fee for.
I mean, the fees a lot of times are a service. It's pay for service. And like I said, and Ernie, you and I are talking about the same guy from Red Deer that phoned us up, and I'm sure that's what we're talking about. And Larry quoted in on this at the oil company. This guy had the option to bring in a smaller hoe. He even said that to me. He says, if I would have known, I would have brought a smaller hoe. Fine. He didn't do his investigation, so our bylaw is at question now. For the most part, to be honest, I've been on council for almost 11 years now. I've never heard about this as being an issue once. If you were hauling that in, that's an equipment operational decision that you make from a business stance, whether you're going to haul something heavy in or you're going to not haul it in. The inspection fee, in my opinion, looks at the fact that there's an opportunity to go with protecting your keister in this. If you, as the county of Stettler, come in and inspect my road and I go over it, and then you come back and there's nothing wrong with it, I know for a fact that it was not my fault. Other than that, you're chancing it. I could drive in there, not inspect it, and then you guys come back and say, well, you wrecked the road. How am I going to get them to fix it? There's no agreement with these people. We have to protect our infrastructure, and the best way to do that is inspect it. Now, whether we charge 450 occurrence, I don't know. That was a number that was picked because by the time they drive from here, our peace officers drive down to Weimar or Indiang and drive back, take a couple of pictures. They do that twice. 450 is probably not a complete out of the world kind of amount of cost. I think that's a cost recovery. I don't know what we pay our peace officers, but it's got to be, what would it be, an hour there, hour back, less? So an hour there, hour back, that's 2 hours of drive time, plus you've got man hours. So I'm not against that. I'm also, Mr. Nixon, I'm not against having a second motion that we waive the fee afterwards. I think we put it into the bylaw now, and then we have a motion go forward that we waive the fees for the 2020 year to stop that, just from an administration point of view.
No, that's fine.
The inspection fee though, you have a pre and then you have an inspection afterwards, so if they gotta drive down there, they're going down there twice.
Yeah.
What to do it. Not 450 time.
No, it's just, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
You get half that.
Yeah. So it's not, I don't think it's far out of the mark.
I've seen more roads being ruined by legal loads than I have seen with overload.
Absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. But if we got to get down there to do an inspection and there's somebody to bill for it, I'm in favor of it.
That's also one of the reasons we have road use agreements, et cetera, too, for legal load. Okay,
You got a second reading on this?
I haven't,
I'll give you a second reading and then you can go to.
Councilor Neath.
So I just want to understand the second reading. So you're doing the second reading with this fee in there and then later you want to take it out?
Or are you asking for Mr. Nixon to make an amendment that?
No, what I'm saying is we passed the bylaw, so it goes forward with, we don't have to bring back the land use bylaw a year from now and change that. If we, going forward in 2021, we'll know that the fee is $25 for a permit, starting on January 1st. Mr. Nixon, after we pass this, if we pass it, can bring it, that we waive the fee for the 2020 year.
I'll agree to that.
Or 2021, 2022.
But you understand that?
Yeah, no, I can't remember what year we were in.
So you're saying it's coming forward now and then he's going to make a motion?
I'll just make a motion afterwards to waive the fee, but,
And then we can vote on it.
It might pass, it might not.
Or alternatively, what might be a little cleaner for the record for the future is if instead Mr. Nixon proposed an amendment to your motion to establish that fee, the fee under, where are we at here? It's Schedule A, fee 5D would be effective January 1st, 2022. And then you can vote on the amendment if you don't take it as a friendly amendment.
The only thing I don't want to do, and please, I don't want it to be the crutch of why this passes or doesn't pass.
Right, but that's why I'm suggesting an amendment, because then you vote on the amendment.
But if you don't feel that way, it's cleaner to have an open vote on the amendment.
It's just you're trying to now effectively, by waiving the fee is established by bylaw, you're trying to amend a bylaw by resolution afterwards. And that's not as clean.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but it is for voting.
Yeah, because I would vote against it because.
Yes, exactly.
Right, but that's where an amendment, if we put in an amendment that you do not accept as friendly, you vote on the amendment first. You decide that issue, and then you vote on the bill separately.
But there's 3 different items that might get not voted for, is what I'm saying.
That's fair.
Mr. Chairman, I think if we're gonna work with amendments, we should do each amendment separately and vote on it, rather than try to
This may not.
Several amendments and then vote on it as a package. I think it'd be better to.
This may not pass because 1 or 2 people don't have a problem with the $25, but they might have a problem with the $450 inspection fee. They might have a problem with what other, you could pick another one. So that's why I'm trying to clean it up so that it doesn't get lost in the.
That's fair. In the future, we can bring these changes as individual amending bylaws, like you see the land use bylaw has 4 bylaws changing the same bylaw this month.
It's an omnibus bill and I don't want it lost in
That's fair. There's a lot going on.
I just want to see, like, on these road inspections, that being that they are going to be of legal loads, legal weight in order to be on our roads, that it would be written up as long as they have the overweight permits allowed in there, that they do not have to have the inspection fee.
That would be another amendment, though, just what we're saying, so that we're not voting on 4 different things in the same fee bylaw. That would have to be an amendment also, so, right?
Yeah, and
that one's, yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for the wording to look like.
What I would put in there is that non-divisible loads, as long as they have road permits from Road Dana that are coincide with the weight restrictions that we have, do not require a road inspection.
So you're saying a non-divisible load has to meet the legal?
Yes.
Okay, that's already applicable as written, because the heavy equipment rig moves inspection only occurs on overweight. If you exceed the GVWR of your trailer or the gross axle weight allowance.
That's different though, like on these, like they allow an overweight permit to be allowed on it. So I'll just say like.
Right. Yeah, so if it's an overweight permit, that's not a legal load. You're getting a permit to use a non-legal load.
Yes.
So like that's what, the only time we're currently requiring for overweight dimensional permits is that you got to pay for the permit plus the inspections currently proposed. So that's not considered a legal load.
It's not considered a legal load.
Right, if it's overweight, but you get a permit, I mean, it's legal, it's just, it's not meeting the non-permitted legal weight.
not compared to GVW.
Right. Or the posted maximum weight.
With your non-divisible over, like, as your road bans come off, they are legal as long as they have permits in order to build it. All of them.
They're not legal loads, they're legal permit loads.
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you want to eliminate the inspection fee, period?
Yeah, it's kind of what it sounds like.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, because if you don't have a permit, it's not an inspection fee. It's just, you're an overweight ticket. You're not allowed to be on there. So you need, if you're overweight of the posted maximum vehicle weight, posted axle weight, rating percentage, or your trailer's GVWR, GWR, that's when you require an overweight permit. And now what the change was last year was that when you require an overweight permit, you also require an inspection of the roads you're traveling on to make sure that your overweight vehicle is not causing extraneous damage to the roads. The amendment that put forward is that would not be done in effectively summer months, the non-banned roads. So if there's not a seasonal road ban or a permanent road ban, then we wouldn't require the inspection then. We would only require it during road ban season effect.
And that's fair enough with me, I think that's fair.
I think on permanently banned roads, there should be an inspection.
Yeah, so that is included.
Permanently and banned roads, roads that come into a ban effect whenever we put the ban off.
I just want to see the road inspection fee removed from when you do have an overweight permit and it is of legal weight within that seasonal.
Can't be a legal weight. I don't get it. If you're overweight, you're overweight.
No, this is only one restriction, only for a non-divisible load.
But even for a divisible load, you can get an overweight permit.
You get an overweight permit so that you can haul, but you do not need the road inspection.
So currently, that's not how it's proposed if you're on a seasonal ban or a permanent ban.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move this forward, and I would suggest that Councillor Gender bring something back to the committee of the whole so that we can have a discussion and not have this.
Yes, tie this up.
Yeah, this is, yeah. I apologize, Mr. Gender. I'm not 100% picking up what you're putting down, but I'm not sure if what you're putting down is able to be picked up. So.
The way I'll explain it again.
No, I get where you're coming from. You want to get rid of it and divisible loads. I think I understand, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. So let's talk about it in a committee of a whole situation.
Another suggestion. Okay, as in wintertime, can you overload any vehicle and damage the road in the middle of winter?
If you're overweight in the middle of winter and we pull you over and weigh you.
Can you damage a road?
Yes, I think you can. I think you can. I think if we get a freeze thaw system in middle of January like we did this year, I think we were +8 a couple of days, and if you drove on the road at my place, you would have damaged it. And if I was the company, I would want to have the inspection so that I'm not rebuilding.
Sides of the roads.
Yeah.
You don't have free and thaw in the middle of winter.
I disagree with you. This January we did.
You will have.
There was water running this January.
Thaw silica on the top. But other than that, you can have 10 feet of frost on the road. You will not hurt a road, no matter, you'd flatten those axles before you.
Well, 835 might have something different.
I've actually for Glenmore, and I beg to differ too. So there's counties that we've had problems, yeah. So.
An inspection protects everybody, in my opinion, but that's.
So right now, we have a motion for second reading on the table.
As is.
As is.
You know, I'm voting again.
Yeah. Okay. We've had lots of questions, lots of concerns.
Over something as simple as feline.
So, we'll ask the question, all in favor? Opposed? Gender and Neats?
That was my fear.
Council Gender and Council Neats are opposed?
I'll go with third reading for you as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And if it's a different question or comment than what we've had prior, is there any? But I think,
call the question.
Yeah, okay. I think the question should be called, yes. All in favor? Opposed? Gender Needs, it's carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose a motion that would waive the fee for the permits for the trailers at the lake for this coming summer.
Thank you, Councilor Nixon. Comments? Councilor Needs?
I'd like to totally waive the fee, so.
So the motion is to.
No, I'm just speaking.
You want to make an amendment?
Well, mine would be totally against yours, right? So that's
Yeah,
not really.
that's
Yeah, 'cause if I say I'm not for it at all, that's not an amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, my way of thinking is that this would give us an idea if the system's gonna work. It may not work, but it may work very well indeed, so with no cost to the.
And we've had comments about other people camping like at $25 a night. Where if you were used to going out of the province or into the US, you don't have that opportunity at all, and it costs a lot more than $25 a night plus that truck pulling the trailer down the road too. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just saying for this year.
No, I'm not disputing that. It just, this seemed to be a point that was brought up in the letters and in the public hearings, so.
Councilor Gender?
As long as this 1 year doesn't turn into 10.
Put a limit on it for the.
It expired December 31st.
Camping season.
I think December 31st expiry date.
Okay, yeah. That'll be good, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a straight resolution motion. You're effectively directing administration, which is or Yvette specifically through her authority under the fee bylaw to waive it, because that's how waiving fees is established under fee bylaw.
Yeah, she doesn't really need us to say no.
Tell her whether we like it or not.
So we have a motion on the table. All in favor? Opposed? 1, 2, 3. You were for it? Okay, so Grover, Neats, and Nyberg were opposed, so it's passed. Opposed.
Sorry,
What?
explain what happened there.
So we waived the fee for this county.
You were opposed to waiving the fee.
No, it was.
Three were opposed, 2 were, or 4 were.
So we're waiving the fee.
Yeah, waiving the fee for the 2021 season, but December 31st or January 1st, the fee would be in place.
For the 22 season.
Okay.
You guys will have to deal with that next year.
See, and Andrew, that's why I wanted to separate it out.
On the box.
Yeah, I was thinking one issue.
Yeah, exactly.
One issue could have been sorted within.
Are you in agreement?
So one issue kind of got.
Are you in agreement? Take that to committee. We'll take that.
Yes.
This one longer.
I'll find a little more info.
Okay.
That's the fee by law passed.
Okay. Bylaw. 1659-21 to amend land use bylaw to rezone northwest of 93919 West 4 from agriculture to industrial for second and third readings.
Straight ahead of you.
Second reading, Councilor Grover, second reading. Questions or comments?
None.
All in favor?
Well, this is for the bio board.
Yes, firework, yes. That rezoning, yeah.
Rezoning.
Councilor CEO Costi?
Procedure, you gave the development officer the opportunity to speak prior to each bylaw.
Ahead of yourself, that's okay. I got ahead of myself. Okay, I'm sorry, just end this week, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the County of Stettler has received a land use bylaw amendment application to provide for the rezoning of the northwest of 93919 west of the 4th from the agricultural district to the industrial district. The rezoning of the subject lands to the industrial district will enable the processing of a development permit application for a manufacturing, processing, or assembly facility as a discretionary use in the district. The property exists within the planned boundaries of the town and county intermunicipal development plan and is a subject of a signed memorandum of understanding to provide for the zoning to take place. So we have 3 options to give second reading, followed by third, or to postpone third reading until a later date. Or second and.
Mr. Chairman, I think we've given second.
Yeah,
reading.
that's
So
fine.
we're going to second reading now.
Thank you very much, Jacinda. I'm sorry for not.
Thank you.
Yeah, for not giving you that opportunity.
Dave, but-
Dave did.
David put second reading forward, he voted on it, so. Council Stolber?
I'll move, third reading.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, that's it for bylaws.
That was easy.
Yeah, it was really easy, yeah. In-camera session.
I'll give you an in-camera, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor? I need to step out for a second.
I'm gonna beat you there.
Hey, the race is on.
people that were still on the waiting list.
Wednesday, June 9th, 2021 is our next meeting.
I'll give you adjournment.
Thank you so much.